Hello? Can you hear me? I can't hear you. Okay. Okay. Well, how's it going, man? How are you doing? I don't know if are you not gonna have audio today or no, I can't hear you. Oh,
Check, 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 check.
there you go.
Oh,
What were you s-
oh, I just pressed I think something got muted on my Go XLR.
Okay. What were you saying all this time? I thought what you were saying was like, yeah, Koshik, I can hear you. You can't hear me, but it's all good. That's what I thought you were saying.
Oh, no, 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 no. I was like, I thought there was something on your end. I was like, does he not have like his headphones on? Is he just doing something? I didn't know it was something on my end.
Yeah, I was like, I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Oh, gotcha.
How are you doing?
I am doing pretty well today. My girlfriend might be hopping in here, chilling on the couch in a minute, so
Okay,
she'll
cool.
just be joining in.
Have you have you told her about us and what you're doing here? What are her
Oh
thoughts?
yeah, yeah, yeah. I was talking to her. I've been updating her since I joined on everything.
Yeah. Does she have thoughts or she's just like, okay, Robin?
She's like, "Oh, that's cool."
Gotcha.
Yeah, she's a nurse, so she doesn't really care much about the business stuff outside of the fact that it's like she cares about me, and so she
Did
cares
you say
about the stuff that I'm doing.
did you say she's a nurse?
Yeah, she's a nurse.
Okay, very cool. Very
Yeah,
cool.
yeah,
Cool, man. Well, yeah, man. I mean, the other guys are, when they trial in, but we can go ahead and get started, me and you.
yeah. Sure.
What's going on? Where do you want to take it from here? Obviously, I think if you want to give me an update, kind of fill me in, what's going on, and then we can kind of delve in. It's up to you. Where you want to
Yeah,
take it?
yeah. So basically, yeah, the wedding leads. Once I increased the budget, like I even just in the last hour got like two more responses. It's bizarre. Like all of them that are responding are just basically they're messaging me to say that they for some reason that it's like either they don't know how I contacted and they're like, where did you get my contact information from? Or they're like, I'm already married. One of them was a dude. Like I think the funniest one was I had someone that said, no, never again. Fuck love. And I'm like, what? Who clicks on ads and then messages someone that? Like it's half of them seem like they don't even realize they clicked on an ad to message me, which is bizarre. Um, so
Yeah.
yeah, just duplicated that ad set just now, and waiting for it. It's in the preparing stage, so maybe I'll start getting some more leads coming in tomorrow, and we'll see how that goes. How long should I keep it running for with the new ad set before doing
Yeah.
that again?
Good question. So just to be sure, I want to make sure I understand correctly. So basically what happened is you took that ad set that was working pretty well, and then
Mhm.
the budget was what, like $20 before?
Yeah, like 25 bucks. So we doubled it.
Okay, so you went from 25 to 50, and then what day did we double it?
That was several days ago. It's probably when was I last messaging you? Let's see. Probably like probably like Thursday or Friday, maybe.
Okay.
Um,
Thursday. And so you were getting messages for like what was your cost per message before?
Cost per message before was like what was it, like 15, $16. And when I just turned the leads off, the ads off just now, it was down to like $12. So like the cost per lead was down, but they were all junk leads.
I see. I see. And that happened as soon as you increased the budget, would you say? Or
Yeah, I had a couple that were like that like didn't know why that like I they messaged me, but it definitely went up where it's like I'm getting a lot more leads total in, and then most like almost all of them are junk. I think there was one good lead.
okay. So what I would say is there are times where you can salvage stuff. So like if somebody messages says, "Hey, I don't know about this," like I've had that happen a lot of times. A lot of people just don't even know what a Facebook PM is, Instagram DM is. Like, how'd you get my DMs? You don't follow me, like weird stuff. And so
Yeah.
understand. So for me, what my suggestion to you is like I would, and maybe you're already doing this, but in case you're not, right?
Yeah.
What you're trying to do is just salvage though, or try your best to salvage. It's like, hey, so what happened was this and da 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 da. Are you, and then you go right into your question. Are you looking to get, are you looking for a wedding videographer? And then from there, that can open up a conversation because I've had that happen many times. So,
Yeah.
and I would recommend, maybe even dropping a voice note in case you feel like you're not being clear with text. So that's a little tip there. You're nodding your head, so it tells me you kind of already kind of have common sense to know that. Okay. So yeah, in this case, man, it could just be that, things, and so now there's a valuable lesson there. And that whenever you have an ad set, something that works, this is why I always tell people like, hey, if it works, don't touch it with a 10 feet pole. Like
Mm.
sometimes things work and we don't even know why. Like the settings are like not even ideal. Like the settings are screwed up. They shouldn't even work, but they work. And I always just say, hey, look, the number one rule that trumps everything is if it works, don't touch with a 10 feet
Mm.
pole.
Would
Don't.
it have been a better idea like then to go in and duplicate the ad set and just run two duplicate ad sets with $25 budgets each?
Good question. Good question. So before I delve into that, does that make sense though? So in terms of what you
Yeah.
can change, you don't want like changing so the only thing you can really change is like the title of the ad and the title of that.
Mm.
That's pretty much it. Anything else will what's essentially happening
It's
is,
retraining the algorithm.
well, yeah, if I were to kind of give you a visual, it's like this is your target audience, right? So this would be like, let's say Netflix. So Netflix is like a bajillion people that are interested in Netflix. So what's happening is when you first launch your ad set, this is your ad, it's in this pond and there's some fishies here. And so when you make a change, what happens is now all of a sudden it goes to another pond. So
Mm.
the moment you increase the budget, it went to another pond. And perhaps these had like good fish and here like one fish and everything else is just like trash.
Mm.
And so that's what happens. That's why I say like, hey, don't touch it with the 10 people. And by the way, this is an ad set and this is an ad. So let's say, for example, you had one ad set and then you had two ads within it. So kind of the way I like to look at it is like this is an ad, this is an ad. Both of those have different pawns. This
Mm.
is called pocket theory. So just so you kind of have an idea of that in the future, that's why I say don't touch things. Now, what you're talking about is like having one campaign and you have one ad set that's like 20 bucks. And then what you try to do is try to duplicate it, 20 bucks, ad set. So this is called vertical scaling. So what you've done is horizontal scaling. This is called vertical scaling. And this is what I used to do back in the day. And this is what I used to preach to everybody. And we all highly recommended it. What I've come to find is that whenever you do this, this ad set will compete with these two other ad sets.
Mm. So it raises the CPM.
Yeah, it raises the CPM, bad results overall. So it's like you have like, let's say you have like one really good ad set, and you're like, oh, let me just duplicate it. What'll happen in my experience is like all three will crap the bed.
Mm.
So I personally don't do that anymore. So the smarter move is like it's almost, I mean, it kind of is like you do an ad set, and if Cam when Cam comes here, you can kind of see, but he'll do an ad set and then it just won't work. He'll do another ad set, it won't work. He'll do another ad set, it won't work. He'll do another ad set, this will work. He's like, okay, boom, fantastic, we'll leave it here. So he's kind of like taking that pond, he's kind of like fishing around, and once he gets like a good place, like, okay, I'm just gonna stay there.
Gotcha.
Um, so in your case, I mean, it's a little bit tough, but it's like I think a better move is like you have a campaign, you have an ad set. And then what you try to do is maybe create another ad set. So it's like you have this ad set that's pumping like 20 bucks.
Mm.
Maybe what you do is you try to find another interest, a lookalike audience or something else, and you try to stack a few. That's how I try to scale up. There is something else called a CBO and more advanced things, but you don't really need to touch those things. I would say if I were you, I would just stay here. This
Mm.
is more than enough for you in terms of like how much you want to spend. Get yourself like three good audiences, you'll probably be okay.
Gotcha. Yeah, I found it really weird that it was like I was getting a lot of people that weren't married at all, weren't looking to get married, people that were already married, and then like one dude. And
Yeah,
I was like, is that just like Facebook's like building a really crappy audience or something? So
it's
it's
weird.
like, yeah.
It does that. To answer your other question, by the way, you said like how long should you keep an ad set on?
Mm.
So I always say KPI times three. And so right now you don't really know what your KPI is. So like for example, let's say you get $15 per message.
Mhm.
And so maybe when you do $15 per message because of your conversion rate, maybe you're making a 4-to-1 ROI. Okay, because of how much you're charging, because of your close rate, you're making a 4-to-1 ROI. So every time you put 1,000 bucks in, you basically make 4K out. Okay, let's just say
Mhm.
theoretical number. So that means if your number were to go to $30 per lead, what that means is you would literally go to 2-to-1,
Mm.
right? So you have to first determine what number do you want to be at. So I'm again, this is a little bit more advanced. This is for the future. But when you ask that question of like, hey, Kashik, what should I pick? It all depends on like your return ad spend that you're shooting for. And so it's like, okay, so me, for example, I know that I can spend up to $300 to make a sale for my 7 days video market program. I know I can afford to do that based off of just like my numbers and what I want to hit. So if I'm below that, I'm good. If I get above that, it's like I need to make a pivot.
Mhm.
So as of right now, you actually don't know. You don't know what you can actually afford because you haven't, like, you have to make a few sales and kind of see how things work out. What I will tell you, but to answer your question of like, okay, well, how do I know? It's usually 3x KPI, like I said here, which means if your KPI that you're shooting for is 15 bucks and your ad set goes to 45 bucks, it's like, okay, this is too much. I got to kill it.
Mhm.
So that's the answer there. If you
Okay.
if things like double, then the cost might come down to 15. But if things triple before you get a result or whatever, like yeah, it's probably too high.
Gotcha. Cool,
So
cool.
those are a few answers to your questions. What else is brewing in your head? I know those are some kind of got right to it with those ones. Were there other things that were brewing your head regarding the ads or
Yeah, I guess the biggest thing is just continuing to think about like weddings versus the running ads for clients and everything. And I would say I'm weddings are almost perfect for what I want to do. Just because of like the fact that if I can, you know, get back up to like, because again, my wedding portfolio is kind of old. I wanted my first step is like I'm trying to be, work with pricing and everything. I just want to find a couple good weddings at good venues to get some good stuff to update my portfolio, and then I plan to raise my prices a little bit more going forward. And so like once I can get there, I think that would be perfect. If I can get to the point where I could charge like, 4 or 5 thousand for wedding video, book 2 or 3 of those a month. I think that'd be perfect. The problem is, one, it's going to take a while to get back up there. When I book stuff now, I'm not going to collect the cash for like 6 months plus sometimes. So that's one issue, and then the other one is I still would like to learn how to do all the stuff like in like building out a funnel, creating ads and stuff that's taught in that other part of the course.
yeah. Um, can I ask why? I'm not challenging you. I'm just curious why.
Why? One, I like learning stuff. It seems like a very valuable skill for all sorts of things. Um, I guess the most direct thing is like still in the back of my mind, like once I have the finances to be able to like say invest in a coaching program where I learn like get the certification to become a coach and everything. And I could invest in that. That's something I'd potentially like still interested in doing is like building my own funnel for my own like coaching program. And so that's something I'd like to have that skill set to be able to work on that. It's probably the most direct thing, but also just it seems like a very valuable skill to have because I have had clients that like my the AC client I have. If I could run them a good funnel and get them a better than a 3 to 1 return on ad spend, I think I could definitely do a bigger deal with them, including just running not only running their ads but also doing more video production, which is what more of what I'd like to be doing. And then also I have that the med spa. I'm actually meeting with him on Wednesday, and I was gonna ask him some more about his because he said he wasn't very happy with the current company that's running his ads, and so like that'd be a super easy sell, I think.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. I would say I think I know I sound like a broken record, but it all goes back to like your end goal, and that it's just like this would be nice to do, that would be nice to do, and this would be cool to learn, that would be cool to learn. And I'll whatever you want to do, like I'll be here for you and I'll help you with whatever you want to learn. But I just don't want you to hurt yourself, as you know. I don't want you to hurt yourself and kind of be in a position where like, well, I want to learn this, but then I'm running out of cash and I need to make money. And so it's like take care of the necessities before trying something else out. Does that make
Okay.
sense?
Yeah, so I
That's
think that's what I was going towards right now is like book some stuff with the weddings, right? And if I can get a few extra $1,000 in, also have a couple just like video production things from old clients that I might be doing some more work for us to bring in some extra cash. And this was more of like I definitely don't want I'm not looking to run the go back into doing running ads for clients and stuff like right now, but like once I had more cash on hand, is it worth doing it to learn the skill at all, or you know, even if I didn't have to run ads and just like because I feel like I've got the time. Like if I wanted to, I could take the time right now to be like running ads for the semaglutide place.
Yeah. I mean, I think you just got to pick whether you're going to do weddings or not weddings. That's
Mm.
kind of where you're at. Just weddings or not weddings. And then when you pick that one thing, we go all in on that one thing. That's like, I don't think, with the med spa and your coaching program, all these things, you really got to put that like in the periphery because you got to focus on like, okay, I need to focus on surviving first.
Yeah,
So I would say, you know, again, I don't know how long you want to commit to the wedding stuff. 2 more weeks. I don't know what it is, but like use this time to go ham, right? Like do
yeah,
advertising,
yeah.
everything. Um, and what I will say is, man, the stuff that I spoke about 3 weeks ago, the guys in this channel are just, by the way, everybody, Keith, Righteous, Cam, Aman, you guys are freaking crushing it. Um, like everybody's crushing with the free to feed, like just hooking business owners left and right, making a lot of progress with it, to the point where I'll tell you, this is a conversation me and Mason are having, is like I like this stuff better. I thought the 6 figures in 6 weeks, like I've worked years trying to make that as simple as possible. I think this is simpler for like the amount of success I'm seeing from the guys as fast as I'm seeing Keith, I'm seeing him nod his head. It's like this is like stealing candy for a baby compared to even the 6 figure 6 weeks. So if you and so you experienced the 6 figure 6 weeks, you saw how relatively simple it was.
Mm.
Um, and the guys, it's even seems even simpler than that. So I would say continue down the wedding path and then just kind of see, okay, do I want to do this or not want to do this? And not from a perspective of want, but to make cash,
Yeah,
right? Cash needs to be easy. And if it's like, hey, look, I gave it another 2 weeks, let's move here. Man, I'm seeing the guys like
I think
on
that's a yeah, I think that's a good plan. Is like there's a lot of benefits to the wedding thing, but I think that is like the make cash and then you know cash makes get will make you know all of my problems a lot
yeah,
easier to deal with. It's a lot easier to pursue med school if I could have like a year or two of my you know bills stashed away in savings. Makes going back to school a lot easier, and so yeah, I think that's definitely I think that'll be the secondary option is just you know because I feel like with that option though of like making cash that's got to be like I've got to drop everything else I'm doing, focus on that for a little while, and then go completely switch gears into going you know full steam on whatever my education plans are after that.
yeah. So if I were to kind of give you a plan of action, I will tell you, my gut is telling me that um even the med spa stuff, like it would be fantastic if you close it, but you're talking about money that's short term, it's not long term money.
Mm,
And so it would actually be detrimental to you in the long term because of the time and energy that you and I have together and you have with me and Mason, everybody here is like you take that, you make some cash, but then what's going to happen is you have the wedding stuff and then you have the med spa stuff. You're not going to go deep enough in either one of those. You're not going to master either one of those. You're going to be
mm,
kind of surface level to you're talking with both of those. So again, my suggestion is don't if you so the reality is you might get here if you do both. However, if you just focus on the wedding, you might get all the way down here, or you might come down here and then say, you know what, screw this. I'm going to come back and do the stuff that Keith and everybody else is doing. And then we get super deep within the rest of the time that we have together. And now it's like, okay, we've solved the cash problem for you, Robin, forever. You never have to worry about that again. You've cleared your head. Everything else is now upside. You want to do your coaching pro, you want to do a med spa, you want whatever, but you have cash that you can rely on all the time, every time. I am seeing that with these guys so far. The signs I'm seeing is
mm.
like, I feel like everybody can do this. It's a walk in the park. So my suggestion to you again, I sound like a broken record, but give
Yeah,
yourself an end of this month or whatever you're going to give it for the wedding
yeah.
stuff.
I'll probably
And
give it another 2 weeks or so, and then we'll see how many weddings booked then, and then you know I switch back after that.
okay, yeah, either that and stay there or pivot back to this and just go all in on this and just kind of erase everything else from your mind. Um, and I think the guys here, like within a month's time, everybody's gonna be pretty solid here. So cool. So yeah, with the med spa stuff, I've kind of given you my thoughts. I don't think it's something that you should
Yeah, I'll
entertain
go
right.
for it.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe entertain video, but I wouldn't, you're gonna hurt yourself, I think, if you try to throw paid ads in there with all the stuff you're trying to learn right now.
Gotcha. Okay,
Okay.
sounds good.
So yeah, anything else that's bringing in your head?
No, I think that's about it.
Yeah.
Mm.
Um,
I guess one thing is like, what else should I be working on? Because I feel like I'm not having enough things to like fill up my calendar where I've been
All
just kind of picking up extra stuff. Yeah.
all day, every day should be advertising yourself. Is
Mm,
cold traffic. That's it. Everything. Like trust me, if you have free time, you can spend time going through Facebook's groups, posting there. I think there's a module within the wedding program on like what to say. You can
mm,
spend all day literally doing that. You can find how go do it and figure out how to do it and then create Loom videos and hire a VA. You can, post stuff on Facebook, you can post stuff on TikTok, you can get some Instagram shout outs where you find pages and get them to share your video so that they can post on your behalf. Craigslist. There's so many things you can do. Like that's all I would be doing, just advertising yourself, advertising yourself. That's all I would be focusing on right now.
gotcha. Yeah, I did a little bit of the wedding groups. Like none of the ones in my area are super active. The only one that's active is literally just a bunch of vendors posting their own sales stuff, and so it's just like bombarded with people trying to sell their own stuff. And there's not a lot of like engagement from brides in there.
Okay. Is there something like people in the know?
People in the know. What do you mean?
So there's a group called People in the Know. So if I type in Columbus People in the Know, it'll
Mhm.
find this community of just like a crap ton of people in the Columbus, Ohio. They're very active and it's just a bunch of miscellaneous stuff. And I see people promote personal training, all kind of different businesses in there. It's a fantastic place. So if you do like literally take your state and just every single major city, people in the know, I bet you there's like a bunch of Facebook groups there. And if you post them,
Mm.
I can almost guarantee you'll get some traffic.
Gotcha, gotcha. So trying to think what would be a good strategy for going into like more general places like that? Would it be as simple as it would be the same type of like copy and stuff that I would put in those posts?
So let's maybe have a look. So Columbus, people in the know, or I think it's Hilliard people in the know is a good one. So 8.2 thousand. So business owners, be realistic. Something about your logo. I think this is terrible. This one isn't. I'll show you the Hilliard one. Hilliard one's really good. Hilliard, people in the know. This is good. So
Something
this is a
called Mobile, Alabama word of mouth. That's the first thing that came up.
word of mouth could be a thing. So from
What?
time to time, I'll see people post. I mean, it's very addy. I think you just have to kind of test it out, man. Like
Mm,
the one I have for you that's inside the course works very well for like wedding and vendors and stuff like that. For these kinds of things, you just have to test out. So I like this one, for example, looking for an affordable salon to do my hair. Actually, no, they're promoting them. They're not promoting anybody here. Um, but you'll see a bunch of people that are like posting about things like I'm looking for my hair done. I'm looking for this done. I'm looking for that. Looking for recommendations for interior. So this is why I like really like these kinds of groups. People are really looking for services and referrals,
mm.
travel agents. So you just have to go in there, man, and I would go in there and share like your wedding video. I would go in there, share your wedding video and say, hey, anybody looking for a wedding videographer? Something along the lines of that.
Yeah, so it looks like that's what this group is it's a lot of people that are kind of like asking for recommendations for different services. Cool.
Yep. That's the goal. Like if you find places like that, that's great.
I'll add this one to my
Here's
list.
here's a promotional one. So I don't again, I'm not a huge fan of this.
Oh
1,600
yeah.
hours of wedding photography. Hello, everyone. And then you have somebody that hearted it, which I would take that person that hearted it, obviously, reach out to them, get a conversation started. This to me feels very, and you'll kind of notice as well, is like if you study these groups, another big thing is just study the groups to see the ones that are promoting themselves. And if they don't get a lot of engagement, you know what not to do. So this tells
Yeah.
me to do this. And so what I would do is I'd want to find something that does work really well. And by well, I mean like a lot of comment, a lot of engagement. And it does acrylic art, and honest because my previous tech may be in here. They don't do art, would give something. So yeah, what I don't like about this one is somebody posted this and then now they're referring a bunch of different businesses. So that wouldn't work. We're sweeping this one. We're excited to report that we got 373 dresses into the hands of our awesome. Okay, so this is kind of just like a good thing. Okay, there we go. I'm a professional puppy trainer and I have free resource for you. Maybe I love what I do. Da da da. Da. Kind of feels, yeah. So it's like
Kind
these
of long.
bigger posts are just like super kind of feel salesy,
Yeah.
you know? So that's the idea. Spend a little bit of time here. Hey, you know, all licensed hairstyles are way welcome. This is a free class to help you further education. A little bit your
Do you think it'd be a good idea to reach out to other wedding vendors, perhaps offer them like a referral fee or something?
yes, 100%, 100%.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just thinking about that.
yeah. Reach out to wedding vendors. Um, See if maybe they're how they're doing in terms of getting clientele and customers there.
Mm,
Uh, and you can even offer, by the way, like running ads for wedding vendors is very similar to running ads for yourself, by the way.
okay.
Yeah, wedding vendors is a huge niche in itself. I know some people that just go after wedding vendors. So there might be something of like you scratch my back, I scratch your back a little bit type of deal.
Okay.
But these are the kinds of things that I'd be doing, right? If you feel like, hey, I've got time to blow, this is the kind of stuff you need to be focusing on. Hey, I own a family-owned truck. Give us da da da. So I don't know. I'm kind of seeing a pattern with these guys, and it seems like when people just kind of hard sell, it's not working nearly as well as I like. This one's got a little bit more engagement, not the best, but a little bit more, and they're like offering value.
Mm,
Kind of, it's a different angle compared to all the other ones so far. Free class to help you further your education. Obviously, from there, they're going to try to sell some of those people into working with them or something like that. That's most likely what the funnel is. But yeah, um, other thoughts?
I think that's about it.
This one's a little bit, I don't know if this is the best one. Anyone have any work for me? I'm a very, so I don't know, maybe,
Seems kind of like beggy.
yeah. Yeah. So I feel like what's happening here is, and this guy genuinely looks like he's in a place where he's like, oh my God, give me some work. I need some work. Please give me some work. But what's happening is getting a lot of engagement.
Oh,
See that? See what I mean? It's a different angle. So these angles are like very much like selling my thing. I have something to sell you versus these things.
yeah.
This, hey, does anybody have any work for me? I'm really looking for da da da. And then I could imagine what would happen is somebody sees your work. They're like, oh my God, Robin, you're fantastic, dude. Like, why aren't
Mm,
you booked up? Like, you ever see like those YouTube
yeah.
comments? Why isn't this blown up?
I wonder if what if I say, hey, I've shot over 100 weddings. I haven't shot any in about 5 years. I've been doing like this high end commercial work. But I'm looking to start doing weddings again to update my portfolio. I'm looking for, 3 new brides to take on at a discounted rate or something like that.
You can test it.
Or you could say that you're brand new to wedding videography and you've only filmed three, and then show them how amazing your first three videos were, and then tell them that you're giving a discount for people in your local area.
Mm,
So that's an I will tell you I like Mason's idea a little bit better because again, if you kind of like look at how people are playing on this, it's like when you kind of go in there, I'm people like to root for the underdog. It just is what it is
mm,
for the underdog. And so I would say I like Mason's angle a lot. Another angle is again, if you're wondering about this angle has not is not about this angle is like I'm super underdog. This is like, hey, why is nobody hiring me? I'm not getting hired. Please somebody hire me. And then you just drop your work.
mm.
That's a completely different angle. So again, these are the kinds of things that my time would go to if I were you, split testing these kinds of different things.
Gotcha.
So like literally every day. So like here's how if you want to SOP it, step one is like maybe have a document, a Word document of like, okay, here's the copy, here's the post. Okay. And then step two is obviously like carve out like a few hours to just go and just have a bunch of groups. Have a bunch of groups that you document. Step three is go out there and take one of those and then go through all the groups. And then wait like 3 days and then try the different second messaging and the third message, so on and so forth. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Something like
Check
that.
and see what engagement it gets, find the one that gets the best engagement, and then respond to anyone that comments or likes it.
Exactly. And then you're going to figure out the best messaging when it comes to these kinds of groups, something like that. That's how we
Cool.
figured out what we figured out for the wedding stuff, the venue stuff. We figured out that's what the messaging was, and that's why I share that with you. Same thing. You would do the same thing here.
Sick,
Um,
sick.
I'd promise you, man, like there's enough. There's a ton of stuff. There's a ton of ways to get traffic.
Okay.
Uh,
Sounds like I
Craig,
think I got me a game plan for this week.
cool. And then have you started messing around with Craigslist?
No, I haven't checked around at Craigslist. Need to make a note to do that.
Try Craigslist. Yeah, see,
Oh,
like these
cool.
kind of things just don't work well. Hey, give your child a head start, da da da. It's very promotionally, never gets engagement. This one was funny. I've lost my motivation to go to the gym. I'm open and you got
And
this
they got
photo.
50 likes.
The moment I saw that, I was like, I'd be a little bit worried about that one. She might bring a knife to that first gym.
Uh,
Um, so these kinds of things work fantastic, which is like when somebody goes in here. So this is a little bit ninja tactic level, okay? Again, I don't know how you feel about this, but if it were me, you can literally create some kind of a Facebook, a fake one, and you can start this, and then you as a videographer can come in and share it. Or what you could do is you have like 5 accounts. You have one that posts a question. You have 4 people that are like, oh, check out this Robin guy. Because I will tell you, I literally do that. I will tell you whenever I come in or ask a question, I will tell you, here's how I make my judgment. I see the number of comments, I see who's mentioned the most times. And then I usually start with that person. So if I say, hey, I'm looking for a personal trainer, and if one name is mentioned more than 2 times, I'm kind of going in order. Okay, this person was mentioned 5 times, this person was twice, once, and then I make my decision from there. So that's another ninja level tack. That's a little, it's going to require a little bit of work. Those are the kinds of things. So save money now, flat rate, kitchen cabinets, painting your da da da. Let's see. Oh, it's got 4. Cool. So, anyways, questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, Robin?
no, they got me a good game plan for this week.
Sweet. Cool. All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and move on to our next question then.
Good.
You want to hang out or if you want to bounce?
I've just been watching the rest of the calls on 2X after I'm about I gotta eat dinner and head to bed.
Okay, sounds good. Cool.
All right. Catch y'all later.
Yeah. All right. We got Mr. Keith. How you doing?
I'm good, you.
I'm chilling, man.
So my first question is, are you sick of me yet?
Why would I be sick of you?
This is the way to do it, but I gotta do it my freaking way
Oh, that? Yeah,
with my stupid questions.
I'm gonna punch you on the chin.
Yeah.
No, no, when I read it, I knew. When I read your message, I was like, oh, there's something I wasn't clear on. So it's all good. Don't worry about it.
Well, the thing was like the order of operations was like, hook 2 or 3 people, then do this, then do this. So one of the questions I had last week, of course, because I need lines to color in as we've gone over in our private talks, is well, I'm hooking people. Then what the hell do I do? Because I'm telling them on the call, I have leads already. I have a site. It's ranking. It's all these a nicely way to put it, these bluffs. So then it's like, but then I feel like, so I hook 2 or 3 people, and then I'm like, well, I don't have leads. So now I got to figure the lead part out. So I'm essentially like,
Scrambling a little.
yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm kind of lying to them,
Oh, okay.
like, and I don't mean to like throw any shade on because I think this process is awesome, but like, so that's just like how like what I get hung up on where my brain is, right? So I got the first one today, fish in a barrel, man. Like,
How was it?
dude, it was like the first call was rough because I hit a receptionist and I didn't know what to do. Cam, thank you for sending some stuff on that. But like, second guy I got on the phone, business owner, and it was just like I knew within 5 minutes I had the guy. Like it was not a problem, right?
How did you know?
I could just like very smooth conversation, went right into the free leads thing. That be something you're interested in? Yeah, absolutely. And then right then it's just like, yeah, there's no way unless I, insult him accidentally that I'm gonna lose this hook. So then my thinking, I don't need to get into it all, was just like, well, I have a client that is exactly in this space and I can build out my funnel, I'm very good with him and he understands that I'm sort of dialing stuff in. Like I even told him that on the call, you know. So anyways, I'm definitely locked in on basement waterproofing and basement and foundation repair. I know you said something about last week with some of my other shit I was going through, just like maybe just focus on general concrete. But I'm like, if I can I share my screen real quick?
Yeah. Give me a second here.
Yeah. So like, yeah. So wait, can you guys see
Yep.
the ad? Okay. So yeah, like, so I have these ads. There's basement waterproofing, and I even have foundation repair. I have these ads filtered by one trick I learned for the Facebook ad library is filter by ads that have started 6 months ago and longer. And if they're still running, then they're clearly
Nice.
profitable.
Guys, that is a massive cheat code. Good stuff, Keith.
Yeah. So, like, look, dude, like this is all the way back in December 2023. Found,
Good
you
stuff.
know, still running, still running. Some of these, you know, are not running anymore. You can tell, but like some of these, you know, and then we
I
come
don't.
across this bad boy, which is literally what I was thinking about when we first talked and we talked about video licensing.
Yeah.
Was this little 30-second little deal that could just be used for 100 clients across the country and just swapping out logos and colors and whatever else. So like I'm seeing all of the signs of like this is exactly the niche that I should be in
Okay.
personally, especially with I mean one of the things like on the hook call, the real one, not the layup one,
Yeah.
was I was able to because I already have that client fortress in the industry, I was able to talk shop with him basically. And not that I even needed to because I already knew I had him, but I just thought, man, if I can like grease the wheels even more and say like, hey, what products do you use for basement foundation repair? I know them because I have this client that's a big player in the market. And when I brought up Fortress, their client, he's like, "Oh yes, I want to get authorized with them so bad, but I'm having trouble getting to the threshold or whatever." And I'm like, "Yeah, I could probably help you out with that." Like you know what I'm saying? Like, and
That's
maybe it's a stupid overpromise, but to me, it's like, hey, this guy's coming from a place of expertise.
yeah.
So I don't know. It just really works for me. Like my brain works when like I know that I know what I'm talking about, right? So some of the issues that I've had, I think with like even getting myself to make calls, like what I was going through like last week and stuff when I talked to you guys, was really just like it was like in another life, I sold cars for 6 horrible months, right? And the first couple of months, I knew shit about shit when it came down to any of their products. Once I went through all the training and learned how to sell a Chrysler van, I had my best month. I had my, and so that's where I kind of feel like I guess I get a little stuck on is like taking the time to sell when I don't know what the hell I'm talking about versus taking the time to sell when I'm like, yeah, I know what I'm talking about. Like if somebody were to approach me about their website, I could talk for an hour and I could walk away with a $5,000 project, no problem. You know, it's just those jobs are really hard to come by, you know? So that's just kind of where I was at. And then, you know, with our discussion today. Um, so anyways, that is just where I'm at. So I guess my thing is, I guess my questions would be like, um, you know, should I go down the road of the quiz thing like I'm seeing a lot of people do? Or, I mean, all of these ads, they just drop to standard landing pages with opt-in forms, you know? So I
Yeah.
don't know. And I
So
know like it's a refinement process. I'm not going to have it right from the start. I get that. But
yeah. So I told you guys about Nick and his team. Um, and I had a call with them uh last week.
Yeah.
You know, like the whole call. I'm not necessarily don't need to necessarily play the whole thing.
For a run, it's getting more popular, but it's very unknown to the majority of people. And I think at some point, or not where they should be. We went at the beginning it was like quantity, and now it's where this year the focus we're like, okay, let's do more of like the quality stuff, and then also share stuff that I'm doing personally.
So if I heard you correctly, dude, like your thing is like things are going well, and you just want to capture.
It's going to be big, and I want to be, and I could be wrong, and I could just be this big fish in this little tiny pond. But if it becomes a big pond, then I want to.
You didn't say your name, but I was like, oh, no, so a problem. There's not an issue. Am I understand correctly, dude?
There's nothing that's broken as it stands, but my fear is that the Google Ad thing is slowly going to be less and less effective, and then there's going to be a problem.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I see it. So I'm trying to find the exact spot, but basically what he told me is what I want you guys to understand is basically there's the hook, and then from the hook. So the way that they traditionally do things is they traditionally get the leads first and then they do the hook. The problem is to do the leads, it's like freaking, it could take 1, 2 weeks. Again, you're familiar with Google SEO and Google Ads, Keith. You know how long it takes. And so by the time they even get a lead and they try to hook, like a lot of these guys have like lost faith and they just give up on the business model entirely. And so his idea was, okay, well, if we use Facebook ads to get leads, and then we do the hook, and then boom, we're good to go. And again, I'm not playing obviously the whole conversation with you, but I can tell you from my conversation with Nick, all he cared about was that. He did not give a shit whether there was quality or quantity, anything. And so I'm trying to help you guys understand is that when you do the hook and you get the lead, they just need to simply book a sales call. They need to book an estimate. They need to book something. So this is analogous to me using a 6-week sales funnel and then me helping you guys book a sales call. You guys haven't made any money, you haven't closed any deals, nothing at all, but you've at least booked something. So now you're like, holy shit. And so if you can do this over the course of 3 days, on day 4, when you say, hey, look, here's what I've done for you so far. Here's the deal. Here's work with me. It's typically $2,000 a month, but it's not going to be that. It's going to be 1K. And then on top of that, it's going to be $250 a week to test it. You're going to be like, hell yeah, I'm all in. Especially if you apply pressure that, hey, look, I have this website. I'm going to give it to another business or another location if you don't work with me.
Yeah.
So that's all you need to figure out. All you need to figure out is, so right now what I'm telling people like Cam and Aman is like, your job is how do I get leads as cheap as possible to the business owner? Don't necessarily worry about, so like, for example, you might get a lead from an Instagram form and spend $10, but that lead is going to talk to you, but they're not going to do shit.
Right.
Again, I'm not telling you what's ethically correct or not. I'm just giving you a sauce of how the game works. So if you can spend 9, 18, $32 on 3 leads that are going to have a conversation with the business owner, and business owner is going to book something out or whatever, that business owner is going to sign up with you. You spent 30, $40 to get them on board. Now, once they're on board, if you want to change your funnel, you can change your funnel. You can do whatever the hell you want to do. You can do whatever you need to do. Or if the machine just works, you run the machine as it is. So what I'm trying to get across to you, Keith, is right now, if I were you, you could try the quiz funnel. If I were you, I would also try the things, whatever you saw running on Facebook that's been running for as long as it has, that probably does work. It most likely works.
That's what I was thinking. Yep.
So if you want to do, if I were you, I would maybe like, you got a little budget, like try them all out. See what's getting the cheapest. And your goal is just, I want to get someone on the phone. That's all you need to do. Get somebody on the phone that's got pretty high intent, connect that person over to the business owner, do 3 more of those, sell them on day 4. That's all you got to focus on.
Yep.
Don't necessarily worry about what admin funnel actually technically does work that you're going to be doing in the long term for. Don't worry about that right now. Right now is not the time to
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yep.
Does that
It's just me trying to minimize ad spend, maximize results, but like that, I understand that stuff comes with time.
Yeah,
you know?
that's going to come with time, man. It's going to come with
Yeah.
time before we figure that. But for now, I mean, from what you showed me, like that, I'm already led to believe that works probably fantastic. Like you probably have already cracked the code. Like that's how Cam found his stuff. It was really simple. We just did a little bit of Google library, and he ripped those things off, made some imitations similar, and that's working for him. So I would say, you know, again, whatever. If I were you, speed is king. So if you've got the budget to test a few different things out, test a few different things. I think some of the guys are doing, I think like people like Righteous are doing, they're testing out the instant form, the quiz form, they're trying different things out.
Yeah, I'm seeing all that. I'm gonna do all that. Yep. Because I'd rather spend a little bit more front loaded and get this guy results, feel good about what I'm doing, and then be able to rinse and repeat, go on to the next. So
yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Questions.
I don't have any questions, no, because until today was really kind of, well, I still am kind of playing a game and catch up on all this, but like this week I'm gonna really, rock it out. So
cool.
yeah.
So pop quiz. What are you doing step by step after this call?
Well, basically building out my funnel as efficiently as possible and then firing up some different ads. I'm gonna just kind of copy some of the stuff I'm seeing here that's been going for a while and get after it. So I have resources on basement waterproofing photos, crack bowing walls, tipping, like that whole I have folders of that stuff just from previous work I've done. So that's all good. It's just if you're going to be like, well, I think definitely you should try the quiz because it seems to be like working. But I don't think anybody's really there yet where they're like, this is the way to go, other than like what Aiden is saying in some of his videos. But he's obviously got a different thing dialed in, probably. So yeah.
Yeah, he's spent quite a bit of money across various different niches.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
And he'll hop on one of these calls probably like next week or so, and we can
Yeah.
talk a bit more in depth.
Yep.
Yeah, no, you have the right mindset. That's it. And then from there, the next step you probably already know is talk to the business owner, text them like, hey, are you available? I got a lead on the line. I'd like to send them over to you. Are you ready to
Mhm.
rock? They say, yeah, cool. And then, all right, I'm
Yep.
gonna do a three with you guys. Give me a second. From
Yep.
there,
Yep. Yeah, I
down-
covered all that in the call. I sent him a follow-up email, the whole shebang. So
Yeah.
asked
And
him
then-
to put me in his phone. So
Yeah, and so you get it, man. And then after he does the call, just check in on with him, man. How are you doing? How was it? Gas him up, make him feel good.
yeah,
Typical stuff, pretty average stuff. So
yeah, cool,
it's not hard, man. It's pretty it's pretty easy. It's hard to screw it up. So
especially like honestly that call like really changed a lot for me, honestly. Like when it came down to just my own mental kind of framework on making these calls to begin with, because it's just like shit, that was easy.
yeah.
Holy shit, that was easy.
Honest-
So
On a scale of 1 to 10, how difficult would you rate the 6 weeks versus this stuff? I'm just curious from everybody, actually, but go ahead, Keith.
for me, the 6 weeks was very difficult, but that's also I've got my own bullshit going on that I've talked to you guys about, in there. I think that this is, I mean, like 1 to 10, 10, 1 being easy, 10 being easy, which?
1 being easy, 10 being hard.
I mean, this seems like a 2 versus the 6 figure 6 weeks seems more of like a 7 or 8 to me.
Wow, that's a big difference.
Here's why. And the reason why for the 6 figure well, see, I didn't get into the second part. So you're only talking about the free video offer, right?
Oh, the niching stuff is even harder than the 6 figures. Like the niching
Yeah.
stuff is double as hard as the 6 figures.
So
I'm
for me, the 6 figure 6 week is tougher because I'm doing, and I don't mean to say anything derogatory about it, but I feel like I'm doing a little bit of a bait and switch, right?
Yeah.
I'm doing a free video. Got that whole thing on the button that says no purchase necessary, which I brought up to you, and you're like, no one freaking remembers. Just stop it, which I get. But it feels a little bit more like, yeah, obviously, like, come on, you're coming in off a free video, you're gonna have to pay for something somewheres, right? But to go from free video to help your business get going, because a lot of the business owners I was finding were like very like fresh off the boat. I'm just getting this thing started up. I don't know what I'm doing at all. I have no money, et cetera, et cetera. Whereas this, you're calling up established companies going, I have free leads for you. I mean, like,
Yeah,
there's no comparison as far as I'm concerned,
I guess my question was coming more from that's all very valuable information. My
Yeah.
question is more so coming from a place of sales. So if I were to give you this machine versus some like the 6 figure 6 week sales machine, it's like from a place of sales and just closing deals and making money, not like how you feel about it ethically, but like just the skill required.
I'm not even saying ethically. I'm just saying for me, like the way that I have to make it make sense in my brain, it was just a little difficult. I don't think there's anything unethical about it. So please don't have that be your takeaway. You know what I'm saying?
In terms of sales skills, though, in terms of sales skills, do you like on a
I
scale
think that's super valuable having people start that way, honestly. Because it's
with the
start with the
6
6 figure
Really?
6. Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting. Why that?
Because I think it's harder and I think that's good
Yeah.
personally.
Okay. That's an interesting take.
Because like what else would you have them do? They would start out like you're gonna immediately have them be because like part of the nice part of the six figure, you've got a pre-made funnel, you've got a pre-made offer, you've got the whole thing. It's just like kind of plug and play. You got to do a few things, and then boom, you start ads. You're up and running. Like if you had, I guess if you had, like, how would that even transmute into this model
It would. I
to
think
start out with? You know?
so the thing is, no, I'm glad you brought that up. It's an interesting perspective. The
Yeah.
thing is, what we're doing now is the same thing I did for the 6 for 6 weeks. Is it took a while to build it out. Once it's built out and templatized, now everybody has the walking part. But you
Right.
didn't see the version of it 3 years ago, where it was very much rough like this. So right now, what you, I, and Cam, everybody's doing together, the stuff that we're doing here in the free to fee, I will eventually have it templatized to the point where everybody can get it up and running within 48 hours.
Gotcha.
So they will have their very flux within 24 hours. They will have their very first close within 3 days. They will
Oh
have
yeah.
so that's that,
And
that
yeah,
some-
kick ass.
yeah.
Yeah.
So that's
Can I
everything.
get my money back? I want to start over with that one. I'm just kidding. No, no, it's all good, man. Like I think that there's a lot of value in that method because it does teach you the like the discovery call, the sales call, the all of those kind of steps
Yeah.
that are sort of natural warm-up steps part of sales. But I don't
Yeah.
know, this is just like
What I used to do is I used to do that to the niche funnel. And so now what I might do is I might start people off with that and then
Yeah.
go this as opposed to niche funnel. So
Yeah.
I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do the 6 figures, and then from there, I'm either gonna pick this off method or the niche funnel, depending on which works best for them, that I think. Because every
Gotcha.
niche is gonna work for this. Like for example, with Jorge, what he's doing actually with ads, the niche funnel actually is better for him than this. So but
Gotcha.
it's interesting. No, I appreciate you sharing that because my mind almost went to like whenever somebody hops in, I'm just gonna start them off with this as opposed to even the 6 figure. So it's interesting that you say that. So it's something for me to think.
Well, and I guess maybe I'm gatekeeping a little at that point because it's like it was hard for me, so I'm like it should be hard for new people too.
Yeah.
But the hard is good though, right? The hard
Right.
is not the hard like you
Or
get
fun.
over those like okay, I gotta call these people and I gotta vet them and I gotta move them into the sales call process and then I gotta so I think there is something to be said for that process for the learning aspect of it, but for getting pure results, like I mean this from what I'm seeing so far kicks ass,
Yeah.
so
Sure.
but this is also the stage 2 part. I don't know what the stage 2 of the other version is like. I have heard it's harder. So
Of the niche funnel or
yeah, of the niche funnel. Yeah, basically.
oh,
Like
yes.
if we hadn't have kind of all kind of a bunch of us gravitated towards this method, we would all be doing the niche funnel. I don't really know. I looked at some of the videos because I was getting ready for it, but I don't really know what all is entailed with that and what that would feel like
Yeah.
running sales that way,
Yeah, it's just way harder. It's way
Yeah.
harder. The cost per call is a lot higher.
Yeah.
The cost
Yeah.
discovery calls, sales calls, a lot more at stake, and they're hard to do. So
Yeah.
versus
For me,
these,
a part of it is being able to just speak with authority on whatever I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Like that's a huge thing for me that I'm finding. And that's what I've been used to with just getting referrals for 15 years
Yeah.
and repeat business is like, I know what I'm talking about. Of course, you're going to talk to me and I'm going to tell you what you need. And that's that.
Yeah.
Whereas this is a very different process, but it's essential, I think, because you're not going to scale any other way. So
exactly. You're not going to scale. That's kind of key. You have to master this. But you
Yeah.
know, as you know, like you'll probably be there in a month's time. Honestly, here in a month or 2 months,
Mhm.
after you do a few reps, you'll probably start
Mhm.
feeling. So I'm excited.
I already feel better, man.
Good. That
Compared
means
to last week, absolutely. Yeah.
good. Anything else you want to talk to me about or to Mason about?
No, I think I'm good. I'll be checking in a lot this week for sure. So
Good. Cool.
yeah, I put my stuff on the sheet too. Do you want me to the whole thread? Because it's not legit. I mean, honestly, I was calling and talking to an old friend practically. Like
Do I want you to do what?
pull that second call, that second hook call that I got today. That's not really legit because like
Yeah, I mean, it's up
I
to you.
mean, he was pre-sold before I even talked to him, to be totally honest.
Yeah, you can pull that if you want.
Okay.
What else you got for us, Keith?
That's it. I'm good.
All right, man. Well, I'm gonna go
Yeah.
and move to the next person. I don't know if you want to bounce or hang out, but
Yeah, I'm gonna hang for a few and then I'll be off when I gotta eat. So
sounds good.
cool.
Mr. Riviera, how's it going?
Hey, what to do?
Chilling, chilling. Congratulations, you did your first handoff.
Yeah, I
Tell
was.
tell us about it. We want to all hear about it. You're the furthest, so we'd love to hear.
No way, really?
Yeah, I don't. Has anybody else done a handoff yet? I think everybody's kind of just in a hook, gotten some
Hook
leads.
position. Okay. Um, yeah, I was
Wow.
feeling like I was behind, especially when I wake up and everybody's always feeding the Slack. I'm like, I have no updates. But yeah. Finally, when something came through, I'm like, okay, I could finally start working. That's how I feel sometimes with these. But yeah. I mean, a lead came through. I essentially. First scales in my mind, I'm like, damn, I only hooked one guy. It was like a 1-for-1 deal, like I'm on. And I was just like, oh, damn, like that guy probably forgot about me. But I'm like, you know what? If he gets a lead today, probably all will be forgiven. And sure enough, like he sounded pretty, like I just told him like, oh, the last lead didn't pretty much fell through. So I was just waiting for a new one to come out the site.
This is over a phone
Um,
call or a text when you talk.
so yeah, so I guess to go in just chronological, yeah, basically the lead came in and I just thought like, okay, how am I gonna do this? And I was like, let me vet the lead, make sure it's legit, let me go through discovery, let me just pretend I'm a customer sales rep. Did all that. Yeah, just like a lead. He's building an ADU in the back, like a back house, and then he just needs a pretty much a fresh install. No replacement or nothing, just a new one for the ADU. And then got some information, Long Beach, so it was actually really close to the guy that I had hooked. And yeah, just got info. Basically told him at the end, hey, based off this information, because at the end he was like, oh, can I get a quote or basically like a rough around. And I was like, oh, basically, I'm just a customer sales rep. Yeah, a customer service rep. So I just get all the information and I'm gonna send it to my boss. And are you free within the next hour? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, all right, sweet. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hang up the phone here and basically give all this information to my boss. He'll be more educated on that, and he's gonna give you a call within the hour. And then which I didn't really have. I'm like, I don't even know if that guy's gonna call me, but I should have texted him like just say, hey, are you able to take on a lead? But like I said, I didn't know if this was a legit lead. So yeah, I just basically called the HVAC owner and say, hey, da da da, remember me? Um, yeah, just remember me. Um, I basically, yeah, that other lead to explain like the gap in time, like, basically the other lead fell through, so I was just waiting for a real good one to come through for an install. So I kind of framed it in a way that like I still have leads kicking in, but I'm just waiting on a juicy one for you to kind of make sense of like why the kind of, the gap. And then, but I got one here for you. He's not on the line right now, but he's basically free within the next hour. I basically then give him the information about Long Beach, the information on everything. But yeah, just like we said, Mario, I'm gonna basically merge the calls. I'm gonna call him right now, basically do a little intro to you guys so you could connect, and I'm gonna basically mute myself, hand it over to you, just see how you do, and yeah, we'll go from there. And then he's like, all right, all right. And he sounds like, let's do it. Let's do it. And he's like, he's all getting ready. He's all getting prepped, little adjusting the tie probably. But no, but yeah, I basically merged it. Like then I basically said, okay, let me call him right now. Called the other guy, say, hey, da da da, I have my boss on the other line. Are you able to I have it in the script, but I say it better. But basically merge the calls, right? So and then I just say, hey, and then once I merge it, I say, hey, this is da 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 da. Hi, introduce yourselves, da da. Basically connect them, and then so yeah, just we'll get you scheduled in, and then right. I forgot I didn't say that, but I just said just wanted to connect you guys. So um I forgot what I said, but I'm sure I felt like it was good. And then I just basically muted and yeah, just heard him talk, kind of go over like he was just asking a little more questions than I did, just to get more information, like in terms of like the tier level of like what he's looking for, and basically educate him on some things. This is like, yeah, so I was just like blowing him like, oh man, I got him to talk. They're like talking to each other, and I was just like tripping out. I was like, oh damn, what the hell? And I'm like, this is sick. I just I don't know if you ever heard of everybody. This is some probably an American thing. I don't know if anybody would recognize, but Furbies. Those little like plush dolls, but if you get them close enough to interact. So I felt like I just put two Furbies together and then like they're doing their own thing now. And I'm just like, like an omniscient being just like watching. It was pretty funny, um but yeah, so yeah, at the end, yeah, I just basically the guy got a quote. So I don't know. See, and then I'm like, I'm judging this guy for his discovery skills and stuff, but I'm like, I truly don't know the levels of which, like, I don't know what I don't know, right? From an HVAC perspective. So I don't know what's a good call versus a bad call, right? So, but from what it sounds like, Mario sounded pretty good because the guy was pushing number, and then the guy, he slowed him down, saying, "Oh, well, let me started asking questions, and then he got the guy to, basically. So he seemed like a good HVAC owner that kind of knows how to talk to these guys. But yeah, he basically gave him a quote for like 13K, and the guy was like, "Oh, do I have to pay that in full?" He's like, "No, we do." He has financing, whatever. But the guy didn't need it for like 3 to 4 months out. But at the end of the call, when everything was said and done, he was happy. He was like, "Oh, dude, thank you." And he's like, "Yeah, I'll work this guy. This is the price I gave him is a pretty competitive price, and yeah, I'll reach out to him and touch base with him, as he goes further along in that ADU project." So he seemed happy like that. It's just planted seed in his pipeline, right? So I was like, oh damn, like they're seeing the value, even if like they didn't even go to the house or go to the place and get an estimate. Because it sounds like this guy's still building, so it's probably not been ready for him to even. But still, like he seemed like he seemed happy. Yeah.
Good. Okay, cool. So I've got 4 questions that I kind of wrote down as you were talking. But the
Okay.
first thing I want to do is I want to go over like good versus bad. So as you guys are listening, and Drew does talk about like, hey, I want to make sure that I listen in and sit on the call, whatever, and see if you can work the lead, blah, blah. I think that there's some truth to that, but I think the other thing is like it's much more about, am I building a relationship with this guy or not? That's the key. And so when you talk about like he was happy, Riviera, that's all that matters. That's the truth. And so that's kind of what I've been getting across to Keith and Alma and everybody's like, a lot of the guys are just kind of focused like, okay, well, what is the best ad? What is the best funnel? What is the best? It doesn't matter. And I can tell you this because I've done a trial funnel like this for an entire year. Me and Mason have. So he'll tell you what we focus on is just people's emotional state. If you get people in a happy emotional state where they feel like they have hope and belief and see the light in a tunnel of like, this could be big, and you're a good guy, you're a stand-up dude, you do what you say, they're going to hire you on. And that's the key. So focus on that. So everything you guys should be optimizing for is just making sure you build that relationship with them. I don't have the best words right now. As we do more and more calls, I think it'll just like click for all of us where we understand like what is a good interaction versus not. So for example, I'll give you like an example straight up right now, Keith. Like you would be a good example of somebody where I'm like, 6 figure, 6 weeks, and you're like, I don't know, I'm like, that would not be a good example. That's not the feeling I want. If, however, like the feeling that you have today of like, oh, dude, this is like fucking that I know is a good feeling. Does that make sense, guys? Like that's the goal is like how Keith felt today. Your goal is to kind of make people feel that way for these trials, and I promise you that at the end of it, they're going to be in a place where they will sign up with you. That's kind of the key. So I just bring that up because Riviera, you're talking about like, I don't know how good he is at sales or whatever. Don't worry about that right now. Here's the truth. The truth is I kind of say this all the time, like close 30 clients. You're always gonna have 7 average people, you're gonna have 3 duds, and you're gonna have 1 stud. Something like that. Like that's how the numbers work out. I always have 1 stud in a group of 10 people and I have a bunch of average people and have some duds. So don't worry about so much whether they can close or not. You're focusing, here's what you guys have to understand. With this business model, you're focused on volume. How do I set up a system? How do I set this up where I can freaking do like 1 to 3 hooks every single day? How do I do that? That's the goal. And understanding, hey, I'm gonna have a bunch of regular people, some duds, and like 1 stud. And that's okay. Okay. So I just wanted to go over that really quick. Does that make sense for Vera?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I don't know if it matters, but at the end, I basically told him that I'll send him a few more leads his way. So I just kind of ended on that. Like, all right, cool. I like how you like that went. I'm gonna send you some more.
Good, fantastic. And that's the right thing to do, 100%. But it's also, and you'll get more experience out of this, but you want to set proper expectations. Like, hey, so awesome. If I were in your position, I would said something like, awesome, that was fantastic. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and get you 2 more leads. I'm gonna get you one. Either I'm gonna get you 2 tomorrow, I'm gonna get you 1 tomorrow, and then 1 the day after, and then we'll have a conversation. So that's another key, everybody. Hopefully you guys listen to that. That's like I see so many people get to the end of the sales call and they say, I can't close a deal. I didn't close a deal. They didn't want to collect the money. They said they'll do it tomorrow. No, you set the expectation like, hey, I'm gonna do 2 more leads for you, and then we're gonna have a conversation. I'm gonna do 1 more lead for you, then we're gonna have a conversation. You have to set the tone of you're gonna, hey, we're talking money here and two more leads. Okay, super crucial. So next time moving forward, Riviera and everybody else, make sure you kind of use that kind of languaging. Okay, every single lead that you give them, right? Give them an
Yeah.
update. They expect that sales call.
I'll definitely add that. And I forgot to mention, I did tell him like basically, based on how I heard you on that call, you sound that's I just needed to hear you on one call. So essentially now I'm just gonna be basically text you the lead information. And then I'll just kind of follow up after some time and kind of let you ask how those went.
Yeah.
But I kind of framed it like I'm not going to be doing these handoffs. Like, I don't know, is that what we're supposed to be doing?
That's
Just one
fine.
warm handoff and then the next, like, we can just text them?
From what I gathered from Drew is he kind of said that he's kind of like a coach to these people in some ways. So I would assume that what you want to do is you want to text them the lead and say, hey, they're available right now. And then what you can maybe even say is, hey, I'm going to follow up with you here in about 30 minutes. And
Cool.
then what you can do is here in about 30 minutes, you can say, hey, did you have a conversation with that lead? They say, yeah, it's like
Mhm.
awesome. And then you bring them right then and there and just say, hey, how was the conversation? Walk me through what happened. Guess what's going to happen when you do it? You're just going to build even stronger connection with them,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, that's dope. And yeah, because I don't want them to feel like I'm hand holding them through every call and they're kind of getting annoyed by this three-way thing. But
No, no,
if I could do one and then that solidifies the trust, and then, like you said, just kind of make set
coaching.
expectations and get
You're,
them onboarded with him
so
just getting texted.
my recommendation, guys, is for the second one, again, hey, I got this person. Here's the number. Are you available right now? They said they're available. Yeah. Okay, cool. Text them. I'll check in with you here in about 30 minutes. They do the call, check in with them, 30. And at the end of the call, guess what you do? Awesome, Daniel. You did a fantastic job, man. Everything sounds good. I'm glad to hear things are working out. I'm going to get you one more, either sometime today or tomorrow, and then we'll talk, okay? So I'm setting the tone again of we're going to talk about money here after one more. So you're constantly drilling it in them. Make sense, guys? Super crucial. And so take that opportunity for the next two to have a quick call, do a little bit of coaching. Down the road, we might systematize where you need to do less than that, or maybe send a Loom video. We'll figure that out. But for now, I want you guys to be more involved. Have a call, coach them, build that relationship with them. I promise you, by day three, it'll be like stealing cane from a baby. Okay. So the first question I had for you, so that I wrote down four things. The first question I had for you is like, so you got him the lead today. When did you launch the ads for the HVAC stuff, and how much are you spending per day?
When I launched, I don't think it was more than I'm only spending for the HVAC ads $20 a day. So
Okay.
that's the budget. I think I launched, let me just double check here. For this month. 2, 4, 6, like 4 or 5 days, like 5 days, 5 days ago,
So 5 days ago, and so you're saying you spent $100 so far?
like $90.
Okay. So why $90? Is it because only one of those leads have been good or
Yeah, so the first $40 was on the first ad set. That got me 8 clicks, our click, and 1.5 unique click-through rate. And it got me a lead, but it was like fake. It like went to a landline. I hounded them forever, just never really came of anything. So I was like, oh, I'm just gonna kill it, after $40 spent, like in a fake lead. Like I'll just, I think I went from that was just like a website and a landing page. And I kind of heard you at the time talking about instant forms, maybe volume. So I was like, oh, with that mindset set, let me just switch to instant forms real quick. And I basically duplicated that and made an instant form. Spent another $40, but that actually got me no leads. I think at that point I was like, you know what? Let's just duplicate that, and then let's do instant form, but this time with Advantage Plus. So no, I was doing a lot of exclusions, excluding like Facebook engagers, IG engagers, leads, site visitors, and things like that. And then I was just like, and then I was targeting fathers, like, yeah, fatherhood and things like that. Because I was trying to think of homeowner, someone older, right? So I just pretty much just switched to Advantage Plus, the AI, and then that's when um, I woke up and I caught that first lead. So that's something I changed last night. And then when I woke up, $7 was spent and then I got a lead.
okay. So what I'll say is we got to do a little bit. So Keith, this is the example I'm gonna say go harder in terms of service. Relief. Some case I'm gonna tell you like don't worry about it. And Riviera's case, I'm literally gonna tell him right now, worry about it. So what I'm gonna say, Riviera, is There's two ways to think about it. Either $90 per lead is like you're just like okay spending $90 per lead. Um, cool. So let's say your $90 per lead is going to get you a good lead. Okay. And if you got to get three of them, that's 270 bucks. Right. And just so you guys know, I think uh, Drew is spending 100 bucks total. So that's a big difference, right? So if you're spending 300 bucks to get three leads that have pretty high intent over to them, right now Drew is charging, again, he does $250 a week, 250, 250. So you might want to do more than 250. You might want to do 350 a week or $400 a week. And of course, HVAC business owners have more money typically to offset your cost per acquisition. Does that make sense? The more it costs you using paid ads to acquire a customer, or the more in life, the more it costs you to acquire a customer, the more you have to charge. Just is what it is. So you have two options. You either are going to just keep doing what you're doing, or you're going to try to figure out how to get cheaper leads. The other thing is you have to understand is like you can't be getting one lead every 4 days because you're going to lose them. It's if you try to do a sales cycle that's like a week and a half, you might lose them. You want to have hot lead, hot lead, hot lead back to back, three up days where he's like in a euphoric state and then you sell on day four. Selling over a course in a week and a half, you're going to lose him. He's going to get cold. So
Yeah,
either you're going to have to spend $100 a day and be okay with that and then charge and make up for the difference. Or option two is you're going to have to figure out a way to get cheaper leads. And oh, the third thing I was going to say is if I were you, I would also maybe be looking to Google Ads, Google SEO.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of like the main thing that's been kind of, I feel like this business model is gold. Is just like the only thing the whole the crux of it is it's on the service delivery in the sense of just getting, you know, leads that aren't too expensive and then enough to where I can hook these guys and kind of keep feeding them at least, one a day or one every other day, or just enough to kind of keep them in that warm pipeline. But I just think like that's where I kind of got the idea of like, man, I'm in Northridge. That's like the valley. It's kind of mild temperatures right now. And I'm like, I got a lead, which is cool. But I'm like, dude, what if this same ad could do better in a different region versus me trying to spin up like five different funnel hacks and, going really balls to the wall with ads and getting stressed
I
over that. I could probably maybe just shop that ad around to different regions and then see if they just get better cost per click, cost per lead in those regions. And then I just try, be like, okay, well, let me try to hook somebody in that region. So that's kind of like been my thinking, just to kind of, because yeah, I'm just thinking about that cost, right? So it's like I can go hard on the ad route, which it takes a lot of creative strain, and even when you hire somebody out to edit or do things, you still have to like creatively give them direction. So that it just gives even if you're funnel hacking, right? So I was just thinking regions, right? Just extreme temperatures, just people where most likely it's gonna break, where
how
that
far,
system's gonna
how
break.
far, how far would you have to be from the guy where he's based right now? Like an hour out, 2 hours out, 3 hours out?
How far would I have to be?
How far out? So like where he's based versus
Mhm,
where you're thinking ads would perform really well, right? So let's
mhm.
say, he's like middle of California and you're saying, hey, if I target people out here, it's going to be fantastic results. So what I'm saying is how far would it be from where he's at versus your desired location, do you think?
I mean, these guys, I've talked to them, enough HVAC guys to know that they like large territories. They're cool with like, you
That's what I'm
know, like
like
30-mile radiuses and stuff like that.
because
Like they could be 30 miles.
what I'm getting at is this. You've got this guy on the hook. He's in a good mood. You've already
Mhm.
spent 90 bucks getting him one person. If I were in your position, I would if and you want to again, like you said, funnel hacking, trying different things is like very challenging versus you already have something that kind of works. Okay, go maybe into a location that you felt like would be ideal. Get that lead, get that over to him, be like, hey man, I've got this person. He's a little bit far out, but the intent is super high. And so you pre-frame it that way, and then you connect that person to him. Does that make sense? That's kind of what I'm getting. This way you can kill
Different
two.
region, but within kind of
Yeah.
where he is too, but maybe just hitting a different area, a different pocket.
Yeah. So step one, hit a different pocket based off of your theory of it'll be cheaper there. Two, connect that person to him, but pre-frame and let him know, hey, this person's a little bit further out, but he had very high intent. That's why I want to get him over to you. It might be worth your time.
Hmm.
This way you kill two birds with one stone.
Okay, so go regional, maybe based on look. That's where I'm kind of like a noob at. It's just like knowing what region's the best. That's why I was like, easy mode is just like where's it coldest, you know. But I think the harder thing is like finding a region that's like you kind of go in with your gut instinct of not gut instinct, but if there was some data to show me like this is a good region, even though the weather's mild, but it's a good region because there's not that many people on Google My Business. There's not that many HVAC providers. There's not many. If I could just run ads there, it just hit for this guy. So yeah, I guess that's a better thinking because I do have this guy on the hook now. So maybe I just try to find some more info. I did buy that $15 the rank site, and I know it probably has some tools to see what are good locations. I may not I know I confuse you with the rank and rent. I didn't mean rank and rent. I just use that terminology as like the Drew method, the free to fee. From now on, I'm gonna say free to fee method since I'm not really doing rank and rent, right? But it does have some techniques in there to kind of maybe check out a region or see like that it's good for running ads there, right? So maybe I just kind of delve into that to yeah, because I think regional is going to be the game changer. If I can figure out a region before I even run ads there, and it just I doubt you can 100% confirm something's going to be just banger out the bat, but out the door. But yeah, if I could find some data or some research where I can like look up cities and stuff and like regions, I can like really pump this guy some leads
Yeah.
versus changing out the ad. That'd be cool.
Point is, like, you're gonna have to figure out, like, spend a little bit of time trying to make it more, like I said, those are the variables, right? Like, figure out a different kind of funnel strategy, ad strategy. Be willing to spend $100 per day and understand, hey, $300 is my cost per acquisition, which, by the way, is fantastic. If you're charging them, let's say $300 a week, you make your money back within the first week. By week two, you're profitable. Or option three is, I forget what I said for option three. Other things to be think is again regional and stuff like that. For the other thing to just be thinking about is this, and I'm not saying to go there, but what I'm saying is some niches are going to be more expensive than others. Like for example, I think painters or somebody Cam here got like leads for like $7 or something, right? So niche is dependent. So again, I'm not telling you to switch out of HVAC, but what I am telling you is you have to be mindful of that. So if you're going to do HVAC, it might just be that you're stuck with more expensive leads. And it might be that you just have to charge more than the other guys to make up for it. But these guys typically have more spending power. So you just kind of have to juggle that. Um, Main thing to understand, the core thing to understand, Revere, is this. The core thing, out of everything I've said, 3 leads in 3 days has to be done. That's it. 3 leads in 3 days, or else you're not going to make the sale. That's the core thing. So however you make it happen, that's how, you got to make it happen.
For sure. Yeah,
Pros and cons with how you want to do it, how you want to mix and match.
for sure. For sure. Yeah, I think it's a mix of, I mean, two things can be true, right? So I think it's a mix of region. I think it's a mix of, I mean, all the things you said. So yeah, I'll keep that in consideration. Yeah, and I'm sure, everybody else is going to be doing this. So, somebody might pop off and find something that just blows the top off it could be the next thing to try. But
Yeah.
for now, I'll be updating, I'll definitely update the sheet with what kind of I'm doing.
What one more thing. You mentioned when you hopped on a call with him, you said, "Hey, look, da da da, it's been a while. I just want to make sure I give you a good one." So did he say to you something along the lines of, "Hey, Riviera, why did it take so long?" Or how did that conversation initiate? How did that
No, but I just felt like I owed him a reason to like just be. I was kind of. I mean, I didn't really know how to nurture him for a whole week, right? I didn't know what to say because I'm like the last thing I said was I'm gonna give him a lead. So I don't know what else I could tell him other than hey, this fell through. Let me, wait till a good one comes through. I just kind of didn't say anything, and then I just once I called him, I just basically told him, hey, that lead didn't come through, but I got a lead right now.
I
So
see.
that's kind of how I did it because I just didn't know how to nurture them in that time I mean, it just wasn't working and I didn't know when it would work, right? I don't even know if the damn thing would work. So, um, yeah, that's kind of how it went.
Okay.
I don't know if there's probably a better, I probably shouldn't have said that because it
Yeah.
probably makes you think like
Right.
whatever, but
Because if you consider it, like, remember the rule is you got to get three in a row, 3 days, one a day, get him on a 3 day high, right? So if you said that to him, maybe in his mind, he could be subconsciously thinking like, oh, I'm going to get another lead here in a week's time or a week and a half or whatever. But if on the other hand you say something along the lines of, "Hey, John, just wanted to give you a heads up. We just launched the ads for you. Saw a lead come in. We've been a little bit backed up. I'm so sorry. But we should have this one for you today, or we got one for you today. We should have another one for you tomorrow, and then probably hear another one on Wednesday, as promised. But yeah, man, you ready to rock and roll? Can I hand this one over to you? See that energy? It's a different kind of energy. So I'm setting him up for the 3-day high. So setting the proper expectations there. And now he's like, oh yeah, I'm excited. He hangs up. Oh, dude, Riviera, this was fantastic. I'm excited to experience this again tomorrow and Wednesday. So it's about that kind of emotional experience. So that's maybe if you could go back in time, that's maybe what I would have.
Yeah, yeah. No, I could be. Yeah, it would definitely make him feel like more. The Yeah, I think maybe I get in my own head. Sometimes I'm just like, I don't know if I can give him one after another because I've spent $90 and it took a couple ad set changes to get one. So, but maybe this next ad set is gonna do a little bit better than the last one. So I don't know yet, but I'll try my best to get him pumping.
Yeah. I know I get that. I understand that perspective as well. I totally can empathize with you there. I think the key takeaway, so long as you just understand and everybody here understands, like keep them hot for 3 days. That's kind of the key. As long as you do that, you're gonna be okay. Okay. That's all I had for you. I mean, does anybody have questions for Riviera? Cam, Keith, Righteous, I'm gonna have questions for Riviera. No? Okay. Anything else you want to go over, Riviera?
Maybe a little bit of like I'm doing that window and door client, and I was just curious, like maybe there was something there that I should be yeah, he just gets a lot of, I mean, fake leads and stuff. I mean, I tried a quiz. I created a quiz based off like Aiden's thing. Well, I saw that kind of inspired me to make one, and then I kind of went hard into funnel hacking somebody's already built out quiz for window and door, and then I just built it out. I think a lot of people in the group have been doing the survey mode. I did the actual quiz, like where it says like go high level, like it's a new feature, and then it's like quiz. I didn't know any better. I just hit quiz. But yeah, I haven't not too much data on it. I've spent only a little bit on it. The thing is, it's kind of deceiving with him. Like, I don't know if it'd be helpful if I screen share just a little bit. Okay, cool. Let me share this. But yeah, this is basically, well, this is where I drew inspiration. Let me actually get to his site here. And so yeah, this is what this is a company that I've seen, like they're just running a ton of ads, and they've ran some pretty old ones too. And then this is my copy of it. Basically, just ask if it's a lot of questions, right? I could probably show you the quiz here in the builder, but I'm just curious if like this is a route to go or just instant forms, but are you looking for new windows or doors? Gives you options. Congrats, you qualify. Let's be friends. What's your name? This is the exact copy of this company's. By the way, I kind of funnel hacked the whole thing. So, and then I just kind of went through it, but no one's really filled it out. So and like I said, I haven't spent too much on the data back on like the quiz. I'm only, I'm on a limited budget here. This is the client's ad spend, so it's like $20 a day. But essentially, what was that?
How much have you spent so far?
274.
Like specifically going to that page.
Oh, that page, probably only like $30.
Yeah, can you maybe take us in order from like what you first tried and then second?
Oh, where first tried,
like,
like that.
what
Okay.
you first tried and why it didn't work or what didn't work and
yeah. So these first 3 leads, yeah, so I thought it was working, right? I just see 3 leads. I'm like, oh hell yeah. And let me move this out of the way. Just gotta minimize this. Okay, it's probably better if I do this. Essentially, yeah, I ran this first. This was kind of like I was in the middle of kind of funnel hacking. So I didn't have anything.
Okay. So how did this do?
It was just like claim 30% off your install. And but that just kind of got them fake leads. Like a lot of the leads are like their first, last name, and then the year. And then it's like, he just says like he double dials, he calls 2 times a day, no one answers. So then I just kind of switched it out and then pretty much went to I think I was just like really stuck on like changing out the creatives, or I think that was just a duplicate to be safe. That didn't really fetch anything. And then I'm trying to see when I actually switched creatives over. Um, but yeah, I mean, like I said, the metrics are deceiving because most of them like don't answer a lot of the times. They're not very responsive to the go high level automation texting. And so I was just trying different things. A lot of the what I was funnel hacking was like copy from another company and like similar ads for graphics. It seemed like they drew more clicks to the video that you originally saw, and then I think at some point I did the quiz. I only spent 22 bucks just because
So
I
up
didn't
until
know
the
if I was gonna
point,
be like, dang, that's so many questions on a quiz. Like I kind of killed it kind of early, maybe to my regret, but just because I was like, dang, if it's already hard for me to get this guy real leads, like maybe this one gives him a real lead, but it might take a while, right? And he's been kind of sitting on waiting for a lead for a minute. Because remember, there's another marketer that had him on for 2 weeks and spent $200 or whatever on his ad spend, and all he does was boosting a post and not just scratching his head, not really doing much. So when he gave it to me, this guy was been waiting for results, and so I was kind of like 2 weeks behind in that sense. So there's like a lot of pressure for me to like get him results. So I kind of got in my head and I'm like, I'm just gonna kill the quiz early because it's probably gonna go to 40, 50, who knows.
so,
But
so
what
wait,
I
hold on.
did, right?
Okay. So I just want to recap so far. So the very first one that is 55 bucks. We got 3 leads, fake leads, tried duplicating for $21.33 on that one. That one's nothing. So $85.34. Again, that one we're trying different creatives. Fake leads again, 1823 fake lead, I'm guessing.
Yeah, they're just
And
like,
and
yeah.
then 2212, that's the first one, that's the quiz. Is that going
Yeah,
into a funnel? Is that going off
yeah,
social media?
that's
One. Okay, okay, okay. So go back to the ads manager.
sorry.
So at this point, okay, so 20, so you spent up until this point 85, 95, 105, 125. So about 200 bucks so far in instant forms. Instant forms are not doing anything. And then you spent 22 bucks on this. Your cost per click is $3.69. Okay. And then, so yeah, then you can walk me through the most three recent ad sets. What's happened there? The one, it looks like it's got 23 clicks, 6 clicks, 7 clicks.
Yeah, this one, this one we changed out the ad. I think this one's a different ad. It might be the same one. Yeah. This one just always catches more clicks, that original one. I've thrown other stuff where I've seen in the market and I've kind of made an AI voice narration. Like,
Do you own a home in Los Angeles County that needs new windows or doors? If so, you can qualify to save thousands on the newest generation of energy efficient.
just like funnel hacking other people's kind of ads, like what they kind of do. But yeah, it kind of was kind of equal. But like I said, like the leads just kind of weird. Like it's very like spammy looking emails, kind of sketchy, and they just don't answer. And sometimes the zip code is like from a different like country. Like it's like totally like the numbers aren't even like how it is regionally here. So that's a very sketchy sign. So what I did now is like a lot of these, I believe, even though they say Advantage Plus, I think I just did that for the audience, or sorry, for the placements. But most of these are all just the targeting is like this. Like I'll show you right here. So excluding kind of leads, site visitors, IG engagers, and then kind of, hitting his region in different pockets, and then kind of like going after people who are homeowners, right? Trying to go for them. So the most recent switch I made is just going to like because I saw it work with the Northridge HVAC, right? My fake HVAC company. So I was like, you know what? Let me switch over. This was kind of a recent switch. I switched to the kind of the Advantage Plus, right? So I don't think it's on this one. I think it's on this one. So yeah, I switched to Advantage Plus audience. So I'm doing a test there. And then for this $5 a day one, it's still using the old way of like, of targeting, but I'm just sending it to the quiz. So this one's to the
So,
quiz.
okay.
And I'm just kind of, this is just an ad I've seen been kind of going viral. Another company's been using it for like 2 months running it. So I was like, I'll try it. and then it goes to yeah, it goes to this site. So
Can I
that one's
try?
only $5 a day, and then I'm doing the other one $20 a day because I'm trying to get more volume with this one because it's instant form. So
Okay. So, I mean, if you're funnel hacking all this stuff, then I mean, I can't, who am I to say anything about the creative, the copy, right? I would assume you're copying something else. So I would have to assume you're doing something right there. In terms of the cost per click, the numbers look healthy. Unique click-through rate looks healthy. One thing that you could try is I mean, yeah, the only thing I can kind of think of is it's more expensive than you might think it is, but how much you've spent on ads, you've gotten not a single lead, something is broken. Something's obviously not right here. So one thing I would test out is I would try to get his entire customer list
mm,
and make a lookalike audience of that and give that a shot.
okay, yeah, I can ask him for that. I was gonna say like look at his contacts too. He gets berated. Like I mean I've had other numerous clients, right? You know, and I've seen those sketchy like your Facebook account is gonna be deleted, but he gets so much. So I don't know if that has something to do with why he's getting targeted by these like fake leads, right? But he gets so much spam in his Instagram DMs and Facebook Messenger. It's insane. So I don't know if that's something to do with like why his ads are like just look like really positive metrics, other than maybe like some other things. But when you look at the contacts, like he gets berated by these guys, these
Yeah.
bots, and then like these fake leads, right? So it's just very weird, very weird. I'm just trying to like that. That's why I switched to like maybe Advantage Plus with the audience targeting can change it because the rest was just like keyword targeting. So I'm hoping that as well. But like you said, maybe a lookalike audience combined with that too.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm just trying to get him out of this weird kind of yeah. I don't know why he's getting so many bots.
I don't think it's necessarily like those scam things because I get a crap ton of them as well. Um, so I don't know that like that I don't know that that has anything to do with like him not getting real leads. At the end of the day, man, you spent 300 bucks, you should get at least some good leads, like 5, 10,
Right.
15, like five solid real leads at this point, bare minimum. Um, so it's either that. I don't like to say this because I feel like it's a cop-out answer, which is like, your ads just haven't ran long enough and the algorithm has not been trained enough. I feel like that's a cop-out answer, but that's the only other thing I can think of. Um, I would try to look like audience, man. That's all I can see, honestly, looking at all this
Okay.
stuff.
Yeah, I'll
Assuming,
ask.
There's a targeting review area. It's called home improvement. If you type that in as well.
Oh, within like the targeting here.
Yeah.
Okay.
have you tried open targeting? I would assume you've tried open targeting.
I don't think I've tried open targeting. The most I've done is like I think this may have been open targeting. Yeah, this looks like it was open targeting. I was just doing the so in the beginning, yes, I was doing open targeting, and then yeah, a lot of these I was actually doing open targeting. I think I finally selected an interest around this point, which was this. And then yeah, up until now I'm doing kind of like just Advantage Plus. But yeah, so I've tried a couple different things, but and then I was even thinking like instant form, but a quiz because I kind of have this like really hardcore like landing page with a bunch of questions. Like I was like maybe an instant form with like
What,
a little bit of a questionnaire.
let's go back to your quiz page. America, I want her with Hobby Homes. Can you go to, how long have they been running this ad? The ones that came to this page that you funnel hack, like 6 months, 3 months? You said they've been spending quite a
Yeah,
bit of.
these guys, the ad they're running it too is like they've been running it for like 2 or 3 months. And it's like AI generated ads, like kind of like voiceovers. Kind of what I've experimented with. It gets clicks and all that, but like I said, just the fake leads is kind of the weird crux of everything.
It doesn't
Uh,
sound like you tried a cost quiz, like Aiden's cost quiz strategy yet.
I don't think I've tried specifically his in the same like look and feel of it. I'd like to that's what I want to strive for is like do a clone of like Aiden's. So
Yeah.
I've thought of that too, is like having that for a landing page instead of this one.
Yeah. Try that, man. try that. Try kind of the angle of the cost quiz as well. That's something else I would delve into. My first thing that's the first thing it's telling me is like the targeting, and then the second thing is that I'm just trying a different kind of ad slash funnel completely. Um, yeah, that's kind of where my head's at, man. I wish I could give you more, but um, yeah, that's the only thing that's like jumping at me in terms of what I would try from here at least.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I'll try some of those. But yeah, yeah, if I could get rid of the bots or make them go through hoops, because I feel like I remember that helped with dental, like putting a questionnaire and being like, stop, only if you're a dentist, fill out this, and it kind of helped with the bots at the time. So, um, but I'll try a couple different things, and I'm getting some new ads, some testimonials and stuff from his videographer today. So, more ammo to throw into the funnel. So.
Cool, cool. Are your creatives and copies, are they, I would assume the copy is from Funnel Hacking. The creatives, are you screen recording those or are they like your own creatives?
So so yeah, like the funnel hacking I can do up until a point. Some of these guys are always wearing repping their, jerseys and their clothes and their, company logos and shirts. So I can only do so much. I did save a bunch of YouTube shorts that are vertical of just people showing like they just show like the window and door and stuff and kind of guide you through the house. So I'm gonna try to that and maybe that AI, maybe the lower quality video. But yeah, for the most part, the videos you see, actual the clips and stuff, is his video. Like I said, this isn't my client per se. I'm just getting hired to do the ads. So that person that is his actual like, the client and him, the videographer, um, yeah, he's just outsourcing me. So he actually goes shoots for him once in a while when he has a project. They like live in the same area. So he just goes out, shoots, and then he'll send me the footage. And then I've kind of diced it up and kind of made it look as similar to the stuff I'm seeing. Uh, but that's kind of like that.
I see, I see. Okay. Fair. Okay, cool. Um, yeah, that's all I've got for you for now. I said just keep us posted. Maybe I'll do a deeper dive. Like I would say first try to do the audience, try testing that out. The second thing is try the quiz funnel and then just update me and Mason. And then what I'll do is I'll just do a deeper dive, like give me some Facebooks to check out, and then I'll just do a little bit of funnel hacking myself and kind of tell you like if I'm seeing something obvious. Like
Yeah.
example, is their opening creative first 30 seconds very different than yours, and maybe you're not catching on to that, right? That could be a thing.
Yeah.
Those are the kind
Yeah.
of things.
Yeah, for sure. Cool.
All right. Mason, do you have anything for him, or River, do you have anything else for us?
No, that's pretty much it. I do have a call here in like 20 minutes, just a update call with a client. But uh, I wish I didn't because I really want to stick around. I just feel like today is going to be super, like, in the trenches. But I'll definitely look at the Loom if I don't miss it. But if I could come back, I will. If you guys are still on.
Mason, did you have anything for
I
Rubio?
was just gonna say, well, I mean, this is kind of more for everybody, but what would your thoughts be, Kaushik, on maybe having people reach out to a white label agency and seeing what they have in terms of ads? Because a lot of those guys, they do service like home service niches. They charge like $600 a month for a client, which it is like 600 bucks, but they can probably just give you exactly maybe what you're looking for in that one time thing that just kind of works already.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I never thought of that.
Because like I did this before, like I hired this guy and I was like, "What are you doing in terms of ads?" I paid him like 200 bucks and he just showed me, and it like worked out in my favor. So it's like if you just pay maybe like if you niche down, you figure out whatever your niche you want to be, or you can figure out like who you can get on your hook calls. Maybe you can reach out to someone that does like white label ads and be like, "Yo, I work with this specific niche and we need to generate leads to this Facebook page and this thing, and here's where we're gonna run ads from." And then just pay them the whatever, or then charge whatever it is. So it's like whatever you spend, it's like, okay, now we kind of have the information of one client in one niche, but now you can take the information from them and kind of put it wherever you want. But once they've set it in place, and it's like when you're on the call with them, it's almost like you can act as the agency owner in a way. where you can kind of figure out like, hey, what's my average cost per lead? What is this? What is this? And get the fucking numbers from them. So then now you're like, okay, well, what about this niche? I have a friend that does this niche, or get on multiple calls with different people that do white label services. Figure out what the average cost per lead is, figure out what the CAC is, and then be like, okay, well, I know I can hook these people. This is the ads that I want to run, and then let them run for like a month. Because I know a guy, he does a white label agency.
So that
So,
makes
so
sense.
that's something that
That's like funnel hacking to the ninth degree. Like,
yeah, well, like the thing is like I would rather just have someone figure that shit out for me. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know.
yeah,
If
it is a minefield what I'm dealing with right now. But
like if I could spend $1,000 and be able to figure out like, yo, I can figure out how to get, this particular client that I know that I can get on a hook call for, you know, $30 each and every time. That's like, okay, now I know which niche I'm going to go into because one, I can get the hook, and two, this guy already has everything that I need to get results for, let's say, a month or two, and then wait for the rank and rent system to work so you don't really have to do it anymore. Does that make sense?
no, it makes sense.
You have, I mean, if you have a white label guy, Mason, you can share that inside of the chat, and then whoever's interested, I guess, could reach out and have a conversation with them if you know of someone. That's kind of the problem is like, I don't know, who do you trust? You know what I mean? So,
Yeah. I mean, I've used, I mean, that's kind of who I actually used for the painters, and it worked out really well for me. Um, when I was running ads for painters, and they were getting me leads for like, I think like 50 to $75, but I think that my client was able to close like two or three of them, and I only spent like, I don't know, like I think like $700 maybe. But those are like close deals, which is really good considering like the average paint like job is like 2 to 5K for the exterior paint. Obviously, like give or take the expenses on the job, but at the end of the day, it's 3 jobs.
yeah.
So
If you want to share that information, I think that could be very valuable for some of the guys that look into that. Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of who do you trust. If you trust them, like that would be a no-brainer. Like instead of trying to figure out yourself, that would be a no-brainer for sure. I'm all for it if you want to share that information.
yeah.
Okay. All right. Anything else, Riviera, that you want to go over?
Nope, that's it for me. Thank you.
You're welcome. Cool. All right. So I think next we have Righteous. Mason, you want to get started with Righteous really quick? I'll be right back.
I was gonna call the guy to see if he answers, but yeah, I can.
Oh, is he on? Is he here? Oh, he is. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Why don't you get started with Righteous? I'll be right back.
is it okay?
Yo, what's
What's
up,
up?
Mason?
What's going on, my man? So, is it okay if you run 2 separate campaigns with the same audience?
So, Toshik already answered that one for me. He said you can have two different campaigns with the same audience, but when you have two different ad sets with the same audience is when you run into trouble.
Yeah, it's kind of like they start to compete with each other a little bit because the way that the CPM works is it's off a variable of different things like ad placement and stuff, but because you're kind of competing in marketing to the same people, that the CPM rises, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Uh,
Yeah.
so yeah, I mean, I personally wouldn't recommend it. Um, but yeah, I mean, I definitely agree actually with what Kushik's saying.
Copy.
Sure.
Just didn't want to make any mistakes setting anything up. So
You're good, dude. Facebook ads can be a little bit difficult at times. Should I still be trying to hook business owners? I was working on it. Leads very cheap. Wanted to make sure I had leads to pass over the business owner before I started hooking more business owners. I did talk to one business owner today that I have on the hook, and he has not gone cold yet. Which was it the painter?
yeah, it's the painter. One, I think he was the first guy that I hooked. He actually reached out to me and was like, "Yo, what's going on?" So I was like, I just told him, the last couple leads that were like coming through were, just low quality, and I didn't want to, give him a bad experience on the first couple leads. So
What have
just
you
trying to
been
buy.
what have you been running for the just out of curiosity, what have you been running for the painters?
So I've been running. I got two campaigns right now. One is like a lead form, and then the other one is the quiz, the cost quiz method.
And then from the leads that you've gotten, where have they come from? Is it kind of split down the middle, or is it like a one is getting all of them right now?
So right now, I only got one lead so far, and that was from the form, not the cost quiz. I ran the cost quiz like a day after the um the first one. So let me see. And so far on
How much did you spend?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, how much did you spend so far?
Yeah, on which one? The form I spent $43 total.
Hmm.
Let me see. $43.53. And then on the cost quiz, I've spent $13.74. And I got 5 link clicks on the cost quiz and then 7 link clicks on the form right now.
Yeah, I mean, with the painting ads, I remember from the data, I actually got so many link clicks, and then I got so little leads that it was kind of weird. Like it's kind of it was almost like ridiculous the ratio that I had. I think I had like 100 link clicks for every like two leads, three leads, which is kind of nuts. And I remember spending between like, again, I was spending a decent amount a day, like maybe like 30, $40. Actually, I think maybe 50 a day for
Okay.
the painters. Um, so yeah, I mean, you've only spent like 50, $60, which isn't really that much, but I mean, you're dealing with painters, you know what I mean? So I mean, your cost per lead probably is going to be a little bit higher than normally what you think it would be. But I remember I was just doing lead forms. I was just doing name, email, phone number lead forms on Facebook, and that's what did well for me. What are you doing in terms of your creative?
So yeah, let me pull up the creative here.
Actually, no, I don't have my Google account.
So I have cabinet painting, like a before and after, and then I have like an exterior painting for the creatives.
And it's just kind of like left side is before, right side's after, I'm guessing.
So let me see here. I just kind of clipped them up a little bit, kind of like how Amon did. Because he shared his as his actual creative with me, but I kind of just chopped it up. So it just has the before, like before the actual cabinet painting, and then the actual finish after. So and I sped it up a little bit to make it a little quicker. And then for the exterior painting, he's just like spray painting like a garage door, then it kind of goes over to like wall stuff like that. But it's just a quick creative for real. And then it has Ohio Homes paint transformation on the front of it.
Hmm. I remember I remember for painting, what worked well for me was just static images. It was literally just like a carousel. It was like a carousel out of just like a shitload of before and after images. Like
Okay.
that's all that I ran that worked really well. But yeah, like I said, the cost per lead was like 50 to $100. In
Are
terms of
you?
like, I was go ahead, Kushi.
No, I was just wondering, like, what's kind of like the problem that we're trying to solve? Like, is it like you haven't gotten leads, or are we stuck on somewhere? Or we're just trying to get kind of getting
So
up?
so he hooked the a painting business owner, but he hasn't really sent them anything over yet because like he has, I think he said he got one lead, but the problem was it was low quality, so he hasn't sent anything over to the business owner yet.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a landline. It was pretty much a fake lead. So
So, yeah, I mean, if you want to, so I think Aman and you guys are both tackling. Have you tried modeling what Aman's doing? Has that worked for you?
yes, I've gotten much more link clicks and like the post reactions and stuff. But like I said, I've only gotten one lead, and that was from the form. And I'm not doing anything too crazy on the form. It's just something simple. Make a couple questions and then get the name, email, phone number, and a lead pop through. But it was fake. But
So how
still, it
many?
wasn't a test. You said what?
So on the form, if you want to, you can, if you have your ad account, you can just like pull it up.
Okay.
But, I kind of overheard you and Mason talking. It sounds like you've only spent like 50, $60. And so, you're probably in
Can
a
y'all
break.
see this?
Yeah. Yep. So walk us through what you did first, second, third, and kind of go in order.
Yeah, they're gonna laugh at this. Yeah. This one was that first one. I had kind of killed it because I think I had, well, no, I duplicated the asset in it. So I just kind of left it alone. I didn't want to do anything with that. And I left, let me see. This one I spent 24 bucks and I was just doing the free painting quote form.
Okay.
Let me see. That's the age range, targeting. And this is the creative. This out the way. So I kind of jacked this from the ads library. I saw somebody running this one, and it was actually running for a long time. So I was like, I'll probably just jack this. It's like a before and after, but it didn't really do much. So I was like, let me try something like a video or something.
Let's go back to your ads manager really quick. So go and close out of that. Or you just click the back button.
Oh.
And yep, and then click on campaigns. And then filter this by like max. So scroll down to the right. So you know where it says the date. Where it says
Hold on
February.
real quick. You said to the right?
So where it says February 22nd. Yeah, yep. And so where Mason just kind of circled right there. Yep.
Oh shoot. Oh, I gotta move this out the way. I got this. How do I move this? Oh, that's hard. I can put it at the top of the screen. All right. So,
And then just click on maximum. Boom, there we go. All right.
okay.
So then so let's go. So basically, which one of these campaigns did you do first? The lead gen painting, the one that you have selected?
Yeah, I did this one first.
Click on ad sets. Okay, so you spent $33.75. This is an instant form.
Yes.
Okay, so you got six sets, so $7 clicks, 0.55. Okay, go ahead and click on campaigns again. So we just checked that out, and then it sounds like you then built another campaign, which is painting leads campaign 2. Is that right?
Yes.
Put a check
And
mark.
this one, you
Put a
said
check
what?
Go ahead and put a check mark next to that one, and then decheck the other one, uncheck the other one. Yep, and then now click on ad sets. And so you spent 34 bucks on this one. Scroll to the right. 8 clicks, so $4, so 0.8. Okay, so now go and click on campaigns again. So the first one, we spent 30 bucks, nothing, 34 bucks on the second one. Or I'm sorry, the first one, oh yeah, the first one was a fake lead, right? If we scroll to the right. So see how it says lead? So that's the fake one, right?
Yeah, so this one's a test. I did do a test on one of them just to make sure my form was set up properly and that it would go through. And I probably should have did that, but I didn't know how else to test the form.
I see, I see. So that one, the lead that's above, that's the one that was a quote unquote fake one. The Mason just
Yeah. Yep. That's the fake one.
you spent 44 bucks on that one, $6 per click. Okay. And so now you have both of those running at the same time. They're both active right now, or just one is active?
So these two are active. This is the form, and then this one is the quiz that I actually just started running.
Okay. So I'm liking the cost. So scroll to the right. So the unique link click through is it's not high. I mean, all these are relatively like eh. Um, I mean, it could be that freaking Columbus, Ohio, and it's cold right now, man.
That's dude, I'm not even kidding. I was just about to say that because most people get their houses painted in like May, May, I would say like May to like October. That's kind of like the hot spot in terms of painting houses. Because I remember like when I was running these ads, like for me, it was in the middle of like summer, and that's when it did like really, really well.
Aman, where did you? That's a good point. Aman, is Aman here?
What's up?
Aman, where did you run your painter ads? Like what location?
Atlanta.
Yeah, so he's doing Georgia.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that's significantly warmer. So like
Okay.
that is so like I was thinking about it too. I was gonna ask you like where are you targeting because you know what I mean? It's for example, like I don't even know who I was talking about this the other day, but it was like if you're gonna run power washing ads, it doesn't make sense to run them like in the northern states where it's like you do it in Florida, like they need that shit year round. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I
Yeah.
was thinking about it, but I'm like, I mean, shit, everybody else is running ads. Like, might not, but somebody was saying that, you run ads just to, build that momentum up. So when it does, hit, you've been top of mind because you've been running the ad for so long that, they've been seeing you. So, but I don't know, that could be some BS. But no,
Yeah.
yeah, for sure. That does make sense, like warmer areas.
What were you, so what's the difference? So these three ad sets that you have that we just went through, the instant forms, what's the difference? And you don't have to like we don't have to like super delve deep, but like the one that spent 30, that spent $45, $33, $34, what's kind of the variation that what do you change up in terms of variation for these?
So let me show you. Because I think these two might have the same creatives. Let's see. Yeah, something real simple. I think this was the one you kind of came across and then you posted it and so this was like the original first video that I actually had. And then I found some more stuff on YouTube. So these are the creatives for this one. Go back.
So you're
And
finding these from YouTube or like
yeah, YouTube, just like a video, like a page that doesn't have like a shit ton of views or anything like that. I found a painting company and they had a bunch of videos. So I just kind of went through and took the best one that I could and just made a little remix on it and put it up there. So
so
I
what
didn't
about
have anything showing like a painter doing anything. So
for I guess what I'm getting at is like the three campaigns below. What are you testing? Like for example, I tested a different audience for the second campaign. For the third campaign, I'm testing different creative. Like why do you have three different campaigns? What are you testing?
yeah, so I didn't change like the audience or anything like that. The main thing that I changed, let me see, because this one was that the one that had the duplicate ad set. So I just stopped messing with that. But these two were set up properly. They were just forms. I just felt like, because I had spent $34, I really wasn't getting anything. So I was just like, let me try something different. And then, me and Amon started talking in the in Slack, and that's when, I got the creatives, and then that's when I did this one first after I talked to Amon, and then I did this one second.
What do you when you said you got the creatives, what do you mean by that? Like you're running Almond's creatives?
Pretty much, I just kind of chopped it up a little different and put Ohio on there, just swapped it out.
Okay, gotcha. So that's the current one, and that's for both of them. They're both the same campaign? Or I'm sorry, they're both the
Yeah,
same.
same creative.
Okay. Aman, where did you get these creatives? Like, are you funnel hacker or did you like get them from YouTube or
Yeah, I got them from YouTube. I just found like some review shorts. But I was modeling after the triangle painting company that you had sent the YouTube video for. They basically just showed like time lapse videos of things being painted. So I just found a video similar to that.
so the triangle people? What are you talking about?
You sent us a video on like this painting company does 5 million a year.
Oh,
So I got
yeah.
their app.
Oh, okay, good, good. I was gonna say, yeah. So as you're talking, right, just kind of what's brewing in my head, I was like wondering, I was like, okay, how do we know? Because oftentimes it's gonna be the creative is gonna be the bottleneck. And so what I'm hearing from Aman is he went and he found ads from a proven company that we know those ads are proven. So that tells me like, oh, you should have more success if you're using proven ads. So that's kind of what I'm getting at. So I think that's the right thing. So I think if I were you, um, and are they doing instant form ads, Aman, or are they going into funnel like those guys? Do you know?
They're going to a website that like it's basically a form that takes them to. All
Okay.
the ads like basically go to the same form. And I feel like, I mean, yeah, I feel like the questions aren't really they actually kind of pull out pricing like straight on there as well.
I know those guys were not doing as well with Facebook ads versus Google ads, if you recall from the video.
Right. Right.
So, okay. So, and Aman, what are your results so far? You're getting leads, or I think, right? I think I read somewhere
Um,
you get.
I had gotten a few leads from the other one, but they were pretty expensive. So I'm trying the same exact ad right now with a lead form, but it's still the same quiz questions. So I don't know if that like hurts at all. I got one lead so far, and it was probably it's about $30 spent so far. The other one has spent about $26, hasn't gotten anything. So if I can get leads for like $30 with this one, then ideally that would be, better case.
So $30 per lead, that is with your creative, with the spray painting or whatever time
That
lapse going into the quiz funnel, or that's
it's going to an instant form, but has all the quiz questions.
that's the one that's costing $30 right now.
Yeah, at least right now. The other ones are getting it for around, well, actually, yeah, because one got it for around 60. The one that's exterior painting was around $70 a lead. And then the one that was the cabinet painting that's like interior, that one got two leads for 70, so whatever, $35. So I mean, and then I'm running both those same ads, the exterior painting and the cabinet painting. The the cabinet painting already has a lead at 30, and then the exterior painting is still spending.
Okay. So really quick, righteous, I'm asking you and I'm on these questions because I'm trying to like
Mhm.
I think it would be more efficient. Really simple. It's like I would just be modeling what Aman's got so far, most likely, and just doing Columbus if you want to, since you already hooked that business owner, or if you want to run it, let it run for like 3 days, and then if you're not getting similar results, then I'm gonna just be like, fuck it, and then just do another location, hook another business owner in a warm location. That's kind of what I think I would. That's what I would do if I were in your shoes, most likely. So very simple. Step one, model Aman. Step two, just have a cutoff date. Like, hey, I'm gonna cut off within $50 of ad spend or whatever, or if I get the lead, I'm going to give it over to the business owner. And if you
Okay.
get it off, just rinse and repeat, but in a warmer location.
Now that makes sense because I was seeing a bunch of videos and they said it get real bad in the winter for painters.
So
So you saying like you said, model after Amon, and then have like a cutoff date. So how long would you say that be like
I
one
think
or 2 days or
I need to look at Owen's numbers because he's talking about cabinet and this, and I'm a visual person, so I need to see what he's doing. But it's like, let's say his cabinet ads are $30 per lead, and you've spent like $90 and you get nothing. Well, then yeah, it probably means there's an issue with the location, right? So it's like it's relative to his numbers. It's not necessarily a day, it's relative to his numbers. So if your numbers are significantly like double expensive as his, then yeah, it might not be worth doing in Columbus, and you might want to go somewhere warmer. So what
okay.
I'm on, I would say just kind of pay attention to my conversation with him, and we can kind of come back to you in terms of like telling you like, okay, as I talk to him, and I'll give you a suggestion.
That
Um,
work.
but yeah, what else is brewing in your head?
Um, just let me make sure we got everything. I think you touched on everything so far because that was pretty much just a bottleneck, just getting the leads, right? Like I'm seeing people click on it and stuff like that, but it could be the issue as far as like the just the weather. I mean, not the weather, but location. It's always cold in Columbus for sure. So, um,
I would, just want to hold off for a little bit just in case because you're seeing some stuff with the new creative and the new stuff.
yeah, and I haven't really spent that much, um, but yeah, I wouldn't let it go too long. Like if I don't see anything by end of day tomorrow, then I know for sure, like, okay, you know,
Yeah,
I might
yeah.
have to try something different, especially if it's like, $50 or something like that. So,
Okay.
um, said I keep both of these running because I mean I did get a lead with this one. That's what I was gonna probably do is just let them both run just to see, but it might not be, no point in that. I don't know.
The one that got the lead, is that the one that's the one that's a fake lead though, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, um, I don't. Let me talk to Oman, and then from there I'll have a better idea because I want to see what is working. So instead of seeing what's not working for you, I think what's going to help me is seeing what is working for him, and then from there I'm going to understand better, and I can tell you like, okay, here's what I would be doing. So I'm
Okay.
gonna hold your horses, and then let me talk to him, and then I'll get back to you. Um,
Right.
so I mean, was there anything that was that's like the bottleneck? If that's the bottleneck, then let me just talk to Oman, and then I'll kind of we'll get a plan of
Yeah.
action right now.
Because I mean, I still had one guy on the hook. I can reach out to the other guy, but I was like, I just need to see some more leads kind of popping through. So if I need to let it run like a day just to let Facebook figure some things out, I will. So it can, because if I start seeing leads coming through, then I know we got something here. So
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Well, in that case, I mean, Aman, let's delve into your stuff. Did you have specific questions, Aman, or like a specific thing?
Um,
You should be hooking people. I don't know why are you not hooking people, Mr. Chandri?
what do you mean?
Why are you hooking people?
I hooked one person so far.
Did you? Did
Yeah,
you?
today.
Oh shit. Let's go.
Yeah,
Okay.
I did it earlier. I think
I
before.
I I will take steps back, good sir.
Yeah, scroll up a little bit.
I mean, everybody's out here winning, man. I think I did see
Right
you.
there.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, I do remember your message. You said 1 for 1. I remember that now.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Fantastic. So yeah, man, where are we at in terms of questions, comments, concerns, thoughts?
I mean, my main questions was regarding the other client. I know you sent the voice messages, but I can go over first the cabinet painting stuff or like all the painting stuff first.
Yeah, let's go over the paint stuff first, and then I'll kind of give Righteous a plan of action based off of where you're at. And we take it from there. So if you want to share your screen.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. So, what should I go over first? The ads here. So basically, I had two ads I was running. One was for exterior painting, and then one was
Why are you doing exterior cabinet and like all like these different variations? What are these different niches or like
no,
what?
it's all like painting. I just was seeing the Triangle Pro guys doing like cabinet stuff as well, or at least like interior type stuff. So I just wanted to model some ads so I was just running this one, which is the exterior painting stuff as well as the cabinet painting. Just to see. And cabinet painting seems to be getting cheaper cost per leads.
I see.
Or so so this went to basically a page originally, and then both of them went to the same page because again, Triangle Pros all went to the same page, and basically just kind of had a set of questions here, and so yeah, I don't know how much of this you want to go into, but basically from that, I got this
So
data. Yeah,
so 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 just really quick. So you have these are the ads. Okay, so we have exterior ad set, we have cabinet ad sets. They're all going to the quiz funnel.
these two that are off are going to the funnel page, the landing page I created. Now, cabinet should say two. There's two that came in. Um, so
So
that one technically
34. Cabinet's 34, and then interior or exterior is the about what is it? 35.
yeah.
Okay, so cabinet's 35, exterior's 35, so $35 per lead. So that's not too shabby, even for the hook stuff. Okay, and then now you're basically doing the exact same creatives, but they're instant formats, I'm guessing.
So let me just show you like how close it is.
I see. Okay, so now the instant format is going to be the same questions, just
Same
instant format.
questions. Yeah, I just wanted to see if it did better. Um, I don't know why it's not showing all of it, but yeah, it's basically the same questions. So I just wanted to see if it does a little bit better. Technically, the cabinet already has a lead at 20.
Oh, here's
The,
what I meant. I didn't mean hook somebody because I knew you hook somebody. What I meant is connect them, do the handoff. That's what I meant to say. Are you doing handoffs yet or no?
I I talked to one guy today, and then I'm gonna hook him up tomorrow morning, because he said tomorrow morning, and then I was just like pretty busy today, because that was the first one I did, and then I had some meetings after. Um, so definitely, hopefully tomorrow I'll have a lot more time to just try to like connect people. So like for that, just to be sure, I call the lead, or at least let the business owners know, like, hey, just look out for my call. Get the lead back on the line, being like, hey, I can connect you to my boss, and then call the boss, correct?
Yeah. So, um, so the first thing you want to do is you want to typically you're going to hook the business owner first.
Okay.
And then step two, you want to kind of let them know, hey, just kind of be just kind of keep a lookout. As soon as we have the, lead, we're going to reach out to you. So please just keep a lookout. Please be vigilant. And from there, you get the lead that's generated and say, hey, are you going to be free in about 30 minutes? You say that to the lead after you get the first lead. So you have these three leads that are generated, hop on a call, whatever, one of them up. Hey, ask some questions. Hey, are you going to be free in about 30 minutes? That 30 minutes that you have, you use that to bombard the business owner.
Okay. Okay. So talk to the business owner, let them know, hey, like, you're gonna just look out for my calls, right? And then whenever the leads come in, I call them and then let them know, like, hey, like, are you gonna be ready in about 30 minutes, or will you be free in about 30 minutes? And then from there I call back the business owner and then connect them, or
Step one, hook the business owner. So
uh
get them committed, which you already have. Step two is now you're going to run ads in that particular location, wait for somebody to come through, and you're going to hop on the calls with them. And then the very first one that you hop on, it's got pretty high intent. Step three, you're going to say, hey, look, I've got, let me connect you with the business owner. I got all the information I need. Are you going to be free in about 30 minutes? I'm going to try and connect you with the business owner. They say, yeah. Step three is now you're talking to business owner. You're texting them, calling them, whatever. Hey, I got a lead. You ready? Are you free? They say, yeah. And then you're going to take the lead from step two to step three. You're going to connect them to.
okay, I see. So if I talk to a lead, should I let them know, like, hey, whenever my business, or whenever my boss is free, I'm gonna shoot you a text. Just be on the lookout for that text. Like, should I say that? And then that way, when I do text, I'm like, hey, my boss is free and should be free soon. Can I call you in about 30 minutes or something? And then I text also the owner, just letting them know, like, hey, they basically agreed. So, are you free right now or something like that?
What could be beneficial also is like when you have here's another variation. Step one, you hook the business owner. Step two, you generate the lead, you have a conversation, right? And then you say, and then what you say is, hey, are you available? Let me see if I can actually get in touch with the business owner. So while you have them on the line, you try to reach out to the business owner.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. And then, yeah, and then, okay, no worries. Like, I'm gonna shoot you a text whenever he's free, and just so be on the lookout. And then once you confirm, then we'll give you a call or something like that.
So step one more time, hook the business owner. Step two, uh,
All
talk
the
to
way.
get the lead, have a conversation with them, and then after you got the information you need, you say to them, hey, can you hold on the line really quick? Let me see if I can get a hold of the business owner. If you get a hold of the business owner, which again, you text them, call them, get a hold of them and say, hey, I got the lead, you're available, connect the two. In the event that you cannot get a hold of the business owner, you go back to they said, hey, I wasn't able to get a hold of them, but are you gonna be free in about 30 minutes? I'm gonna try to get a hold of them again.
Okay, because the way I was thinking was I let the business owner know, like, hey, look out from a number, like look out for my call. And then when I talk to the lead, I just say like, hey, let me see if we can he should be free. Let me see if I can connect him to this call right now. And then basically just do it right there and then. And then if he answers, great, like, hey, Raymond, this is we're just talking. Maybe I can even like say like she was just telling me these things. I'm gonna let you take over from here and then go on mute. Or if he doesn't answer, then I'll just let her know, like, hey, okay, he didn't answer right now. He's probably on finishing up the job right now. I'm gonna text you when he is free, and just be on the lookout for that text so that we can call you. Does that sound good? Something like
Yep,
that.
exactly.
Okay.
Bang. Yep, bang on. Um, yeah. Um, I don't know if you were at the very beginning of the call. I think Riviera kind of went over a little bit of what he did, but if you want, you can also, if you're, because it sounds like you're kind of like playing around with a few different variations. If you want to just message Riviera and just be like, hey man, can you give me an SOP of what you did specifically?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Just did his first warm up, handed off today, in case you want to kind of get his perspective. So he basically he hooked a business owner like a week ago, and then he got his first lead to come in today. I don't know if did you hear all that or were you not
Yeah,
here?
I heard some of that, and then he just kind of like was justifying it, or like was kind of like explaining to the boss or the owner.
Yeah, so basically hooked them a week ago, had a lead come in, worked that lead, told him, hey, let me get in touch with you here in about 30 minutes, connect with the business owner. Then from there, I believe he then called the business owner, talked to him really quick, and then from there he connected.
Cool.
Very specific, some specific, if they're obviously like for the specific, you can just message and the free and the hook free to fee, you can just like message and then have Riviera be specific about it. That might help you.
Okay. Yeah. As far as like the SOP for calling leads, like calling the people who come in from the ads, is there like a specific SOP, or is there like a secret sauce there, or no? Just get them warm. Because I was just
Either
kind of going over their answers and just saying like, okay, like you say you needed a full paint. Can you tell me a little bit about what made you interested? I was just kind of doing that, but I don't know if there's any like secret like.
I don't think any of that honestly matters. I think all
Okay.
that matters is like you just knowing do they have a decent amount of intent?
Yeah, that's what I was doing, because they're like, oh, do you do gutter? I was like, yeah, I don't know. Well, I'll connect you. I don't know if there's like a way you frame like, oh, I'm just a representative, or I'm a
I'm
new
sure
customer.
there I'm sure like there is like a specific thing that you will want to say down the road, but like as of right now, there's just no way to know until we do so many reps that we'll figure out like the red flag things and the green flag things. But as of right now, it really doesn't matter as of right now.
Yeah. But yeah, did this help in terms of like my ads and stuff?
So what's brewing in your head in terms of what you're seeing so far? For me, what I'm taking away is that I mean all three. Oh, so here's my question: all three of these leads, were you able to talk to them or not able to talk to them or?
So, the exterior lead, this should be under the cabinet one. I think I just did that wrong. But so that one exterior lead that came in, that's the one I got hooked. Or that's the one I talked to, and so I'm gonna connect them tomorrow. And then this other one, and then on the cabinet one, two came in. One was basically told them to call back, and then didn't answer. This one just didn't answer, but she answered like all the questions. But she didn't
I
answer
mean,
the phone.
what I was getting at is like, are they just real people? That's kind of the main thing.
Oh yeah,
So
they're really cool.
so all three of them are good, all of them are real.
I
So
mean, even the new one they seem real, but yeah, these all seem real for sure.
so if we go
Two of
back,
the two Anta answered were definitely real.
so if we go back to your ads manager, um, so when it came to the bottom two, was there more intent from both of those, or I don't know which one picked up, didn't pick up.
Um, well, I'm not sure because this one like came in not too long ago for the instant format, which I haven't gotten to, so I'm not sure how real or not real. But I would say the ones that did come in from the form was actually like real. Like she was telling me she bought a house and all that.
All right, so Righteous, I have something for you then. So basically, we've confirmed the two, and then the newest one we haven't confirmed that one from the instant format yet. Okay, so all right, so here's the thing. Right now, as of right now, we know pretty much the ad that goes into the quiz funnel pretty much does work because Amon's verified that twice, right? However, when it comes to instant format, we don't know yet. We're thinking it's a real person. You said they told you to call back, or you haven't been able to get hold of them yet? The one from the instant format.
Yeah, I haven't called them yet,
Okay, so
but
you haven't.
filled out the quiz, so I mean I can at least see this and their number and stuff like that. So.
Righteous, is that what you're doing right now? You're doing the instant format with his creative. Is that what you're doing?
I'm testing both. I'm doing the instant form ad, and then I'm actually doing one where it takes them to a website with the quiz. And I kind of modeled after Amon on the quiz. I found a nice home and just put that in the background, and I had the questions and everything like that. So,
Cool. So I would say if I were you, I mean, honestly, like the right mindset to be in, we spoke about is like just spending money just to learn faster. It's like you're going to spend money to learn like what does and doesn't work. And so if I were you, when you click back on your ads manager, if I were in your shoes, I would probably have, again, I would be doing the exact same thing as them. So I don't know how much you have that's different. I would be doing the exact same thing, the exact same creative to the exact same instant form set up the exact same way. And I would have the exact same creative going to the exact same funnel. So, and it sounds to me like that's probably what you're doing. If it's not, do that. Two, what I would be doing is I would be seeing if your your numbers are comparable to his. So he's getting about $20 per lead for the instant form. He's getting about $35 for the other thing. So if you spend $70 on the other thing and you don't get one lead, something is going on. If you spend $40 and you don't get something with the instant format, something is going on. And that would maybe allude to the location issue. And then from there, you'd want to go to another location. So step one, do the same thing as him. Step two, if you hit like double the numbers as him, then it's probably a location issue and we should go somewhere warmer and just do it all over again.
You say if the numbers double?
Yeah. So instead of $20 for a painting, like let's say, so instead of $20 for the instant form, let's say you get to like $40 and you haven't gotten a single lead. Like I would have to, if I were you, you'd have to wait till like $40. You have to really wait till like 2 to 3x KPI before making a decision. So you would have to get to about $40 from the instant form ads. And if you don't have a lead by then, something is wrong. For the funnel, his cost per lead is about 35 bucks. So you'd have to get to about 70 bucks without a single lead before you make a decision.
70 bucks. All right.
Yeah. So that's how you
Perfect. Okay.
step one, model. Step two, hit those numbers to make a decision. If your numbers are good, awesome, everything's fantastic. Feed those over to him. If the numbers are not good, start the process over in a warmer location.
So my Instaform ad is not like the quiz questions. Should I just change that to the quiz questions for the form?
Yeah, do exactly what Aman is doing, which should do exactly what he's doing.
Okay. Copy.
Same
So-
creative, same questions, the same everything.
So I just got one. I just got another lead right now for the cabinet painting one. And then someone just messaged me on Facebook saying, "Hello, I filled out your form, and would
Oh,
like
yeah.
know more about your business." And then she
What?
gave all the answers to her quiz.
So basically your cabinets are $10 per lead.
Let's see.
Your instant form cabinet, it should be $10 per lead, right?
Yeah, if it's only spent 30, oh, did it spend 30 here? Oh no, that's CPM. Oh, amount spent 30, so about 15.
Dang. Yeah, so there you go. I mean, twice is not a fluke, right? So so you guys, I think you guys may have already figured out painting.
Yeah, and then here, okay,
And
so
that's from the quiz, right?
this
That's
is from,
from
it's an
quiz.
instant form, but it's the
That was
quiz.
it. Okay. Okay.
Just needs a good, yeah, and she needs,
So do you, Righteous, are you clear on how to build out the funnel and everything?
For the quiz, I mean for like the Instaform.
Instant form, the other one, the one where you go off onto the social media, off social media. Like, do you have like
To a website. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm on everything. You are good. Okay, so
oh, what do you want to do, the instant form one? Because these two are the instant form ones. The ones
So-
that $15.
So for the instant form ones, what might be beneficial, Aman, yeah, is like going there and just like going through your ad set and your ad settings, and then Righteous can just watch this back so he can set it up in the event that he doesn't have it set up 100% the same way.
Yeah, I think, because I posted that in the Loom, so basically, yeah, everything should be there because I'm just doing the exclusions. These are my detail targeting, and then yeah, basically just doing that. And then as far as my actual painting, I'm just doing Aiden's copy here.
Okay. And then if we scroll down to the quiz part, I think that's the part that he might need some help with, is just seeing how you set up the quiz.
Oh yeah, I'll just kind of put this real quick. So basically, it's here. Just have this part of these questions here. Or settings.
Mason,
Up higher, up higher, up higher, up higher.
why are you being so mysterious?
I see. Okay. I didn't know I could
When I
go
was
up.
muted, I was like talking. I was like, no one's listening to me, so I'm just gonna start circling shit.
So yeah, here. Yeah, I guess I need these questions. I just got these off ChatGPT.
Boom. So yeah, just do that and you'll be good to go.
You
So,
copy.
so if it doesn't work in Columbus, we know for sure. It's if you model
Yeah.
it, we know it's a location thing.
So yeah, this person just messaged me on Facebook, dude, just saying like, hey, filled out the form. So as far as that goes, like, like if I get on the, because I'm sure she probably clicked around and was like, okay, this is not even like, doesn't even have a like on their Facebook page.
Go call him, talk to him.
Sure.
Go, get out. Go. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh,
No,
what?
yeah, no, you should. I'm serious. You should go. Like, go talk to him and connect them to the business owner.
Okay. Let me text the business owner to see if he's
No, go talk. Go talk to the lead first. Go talk to the lead first.
right. Okay. Okay. Wait, okay, but I gotta come back for my
Yeah, I got
okay.
you. We'll be.
Sounds good. Let me get out of here.
All right. So who do we got next? So Righteous, you feeling good about what you need to do?
Yeah, cause I was a little a little nervous there. I'm like, man, they about to be like, yo, forget you and your leads. But now the dude actually hit me up, so I'm like, it'll work. It's just a matter of if it's a location issue, and if it's not, then I'll tweak up the form that I have, and I should be good to go. Because that was the only thing that I didn't have that I modeled from Amon. So
Cool. Cool, man. Well, in that case, I'm gonna move on to Cam if there's nothing else that you have in terms of questions for us right now, and then when Alman comes back, we can all chat more about this stuff.
sweet, good to
Cool.
go.
Mr. Cameron,
What's going on?
chilling. How you doing?
I'm pretty good. Just trying to kind of get back into the grind.
Do you want to
Yeah.
go some questions or cushy questions?
I mean, this is kind of the automations that I have questions on. Yeah, can I share the screen? The questions that I have for the automations, I'm running the cost quiz with Michael right now, and we're kind of working on it together. I hit Michael up and kind of let him know what I'm trying to do, like with the warm handoff. I know it's not like a cold guy, but I'm just trying to get used to the warm handoff, and if he's letting me do it, then I might as well just do it. Or what do you recommend? Because he's like down to do the warm handoff where I nurture the leads that come in just off of the cost quiz because he's doing his own thing right now and I'm doing my own thing and I'm running the cost quiz in my area. So I told him like, here's the deal. I'm
You
trying
don't
to do this new strategy.
you don't
Are you cool? Sorry?
you don't have to do any handoff with Michael because Michael and you guys are already like clients and whatever.
Okay. Well, I was just thinking like just to practice like nurturing the lead and then passing it
Okay.
off to my boss, Michael. But if you think it's cool if it'd be better or more effective if I just do what I've been doing with the cold hooks and then just try it that way, we can do it that way. But just because I'm not running ads with anyone else, like I'm still working on making like my Facebook page, my Instagram page. I'm running the cold quiz, like the cost quiz with him. So he's kind of the only person I have to try it on, if that makes sense, because I'm not really running ads like and in the hook areas that I've been getting these hooks from. I only got Michael because I'm still in the testing phase trying to figure out what works. So I was like, while I'm in this phase, I might as well test out the warm handoff if I can. But what do you think I should do? Just leave it and then just
I would say if you want to like do one, just to do one, and
I just
then
want to do one.
just do one, just to do one. As long as like he doesn't have the expectation of like you're gonna be adding this onto your plate. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, no. Yeah, I literally just told him one. Like I told him the whole deal. Like we're pretty transparent with each other now. So yeah, he's cool. I was like, just after one, I'll just turn everything back to normal and we can just run it, but just so I can see if it'll work or not. Um, Iman, you want to go?
let's switch back just really quick, and then we'll get back to Kim.
Good.
What happened? I didn't pick up.
So good news is she was real. I got on the phone with her and that was just like, hey, just have a few questions and then so that I could pass over. And then she was just like, yeah, can we talk tomorrow? And I was like, yeah, we could talk tomorrow. But I mean, she did fill out the form and that was the right number. So
Okay, cool. Well, that's good news.
yeah, for sure. And so I'll just when I call her tomorrow, I'll just try to connect her right there and then.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Sorry about booting you out.
No, you're fine. I get like generally, I don't know why, I always get nervous for like calls, especially when I'm new to like a niche. So I like rehearse the scripts like over and over in my head before I make that first call.
I see. Okay.
Amon, what does your form look
Yeah,
like?
but my phone?
Your form, like the form that the leads fill out?
Yeah, let me show you.
Because that's one of my
So
questions. I'm gonna run these questions that I have on my form because I'm just trying to find the perfect balance between not agitating interested leads, but also like keeping disinterested leads out. Like they're like, oh, I don't want to do 5 questions. Like I'm out. I was just curious for fun.
okay, let me go through. Basically I just say what type of project are you doing? So I try to make the questions easy. So like, oh wait, here. What is the approximate size? So instead of like square footage or anything, I just do small, medium, large, and then it has examples. Are you looking for a full repaint or just a touch up? What is the conditions of the surface? So good conditions, some minor cracks, significant damage. When are you hoping to get this project done? And then they just fill it out from there.
Yeah. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, that's pretty similar to mine.
Yeah, and I don't know if you like tried asking ChatGPT, but I just asked, and then
That's
they
exactly what I did. Yeah.
full. Okay, cool. Yeah, they gave
Yeah.
me a full list of questions, and I just chose the ones I thought would be like easiest to answer.
Yeah, that's what I did too. Okay, sweet. Thank you.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, the cabinet one is definitely looking promising, and then I'm sure like that's probably going to be more consistent, and then the exterior painting will probably be the big ones.
No. Okay, good. Good stuff, man. So what did you want to talk about with the mental stuff?
So I like what you said about like, you know, one, it doesn't really matter that much, and I agree. And then two, kind of what you said about the SEO stuff or like upselling them. So the only reason I'm like a little bit nervous about, or not nervous, but like just trying to figure out the best wordings, because we talked in December, and so I basically sold them one thing, and then we are about to move forward, and I was gonna just like have him set up his Go high levels and then do all the accounts anyway. So I think to just kind of like switch it up now and then saying like, hey, like, it would have to be this, he would just be like, oh, okay, I didn't know that was like that beforehand. And so I guess the way I see myself justifying it is I'm just kind of at capacity right now, and he knows I'm like, it's mostly just me. I work with a handful, 25 clients. And so I'm kind of just framing it that way where I'm like, hey, this is what I'm willing to do, so I can do this for you. For every account, like it is a whole account that I have to set the automations for and manage and everything. So this is yeah.
You guys like have a phone call recently or a text recently where he said, "Hey, I want to do this," because you said he's very adamant about XYZ. So walk me through. So 2.5 months ago, you had a conversation. Walk me through like what's happened recently, so I can kind of have full context.
Okay, so basically he was supposed to join by like January, like early January, and he put a small deposit like 150 so I can start setting up the AI stuff. But he was very like adamant about doing his own Go High Level accounts, and because he wanted to just move his entire business onto that, like in general. And then he wanted it where each location had their own account, each phone number, would call the leads to that. And then there's something about, I don't remember the exact detail, but he was like, yeah, I have a person who's gonna call the leads here at this location, but she's not gonna really be incentivized to call the leads for the other places. So I want like,
This is all the conversation 2.5 months ago, or is this
yeah,
the
2.5 months ago. 2.5 months ago.
months ago? You knew what you wanted, and all this extra work would go into it. Like did you already know all this back then, or did he spring this up on you like recent? And by the way, this is an issue that I have with like understanding Go. I love how it works,
Yeah.
but like, did you like all this extra work that you're talking about? Was this discussed last time, and like you already knew that it was gonna cost you more time and energy, or is this a new thing?
Yeah, so I knew, um, I think like I was mentioning that like hey, I think I framed as, hey, we start with one, And just like once you prove that, then I'm happy to replicate that because then we know something's working, right? But if we do all three up front and you're not booking as many, we have to change things up. I have to do that across all accounts. So what I can do for you is set up, we're good to go on everything, and then I'm happy to roll it out to the rest, which I wish I didn't even say that because, again, it would still
You
be.
think that you said it because of a lack of knowledge of how much work was going to be, or because you just want to get him over the finish line and close the deal?
I think both. I think I knew that there would be more work involved, but it was like, fuck it, I just want to get more closes in because that's kind of where I was at the time.
So it was like, and what were you charging back then? $1,500 a month or
1250.
1250 a month or three? And does he want to do month to month or does he want to do pay in full?
I can't fully remember. I want to say probably the start with the 1250 and then pay in full.
So basically the conversation back then was you knew like, hey, I'm gonna charge this guy 1250. I typically should be charging like what would you say that you wanted to have charged or felt like would have been fair? Like 1500, 1700, like what did you feel like was fair?
For every the two additional accounts.
Yeah, like so like it's like, hey, I'll do one and then I'll roll it out to these other two at no additional cost. Like what is the total, like what do you think the total price should be to do something like that? Because you're offering to do one for 1250 and then two more for free. So realistically, it's like, hey, Kushik, I would be happy if I charge him 1750 to do one and then roll two more. Like that's what I'm asking you. What would you have been
Right.
happy?
Yeah, I mean, I would say I know this is very low, but like 200 extra for each as long as I knew they worked.
You
And
feel like
so, what was that?
feel like that's fair?
Um, Honestly, no, because it's, I'd be managing like the performances of two, so it'd actually be a lot more to make it fair. It'd probably be like, 500 more probably for each,
So 1250, and then reality is to do what he's asking for, it's gonna be an additional so
like 1,000
so
for
you
two of them.
so you think the reality is the fair price is 2,250 a month for all three.
Yeah, I think so. The only reason I would say it's less is just because, as like it's technically all the same ads and same processes. So, like maybe it's just that initial like knowing what the offer is, what the ad will be, like that's probably the big upfront. And then setting up on the other ends is just kind of the annoying task of like doing the same thing three times. But then there's the managing. So I mean, yeah, I would say like 400 to 500 each is like for me, like that's what I would want to do for.
Yeah, I don't think you should like you have no reason at all to like compromise right now. Like
Yeah,
before I would say maybe it's worth it, but like now it's not worth it to compromise.
yeah.
Okay, I just want to get context of like,
Sure.
okay, so now I understand that you kind of already knew, hey, I'm trying to this guy 1250, I need to be charging 25, 2250 for me to feel very good, but I'm doing what I need to do to get the deal closed. He does what he needs to do. He reaches out to you via text or by phone call or what?
2 months later.
So recently.
Yeah, he messages me on Slack saying, "Hey, there's this like other person that wants to potentially work with you." And then so we set up a call. I called him, and then he kind of catch me up on what was going on with him. And then he's like, "Yeah, like I want to move forward." And he's like, I know we talked about just starting with one account and then doing the three. Like I just want to start with all three, And he was just kind of talking like that. And I just found him in general very kind of stressful. So that's why I'm like if I can push them away, it would be nice. Or at least just, but I guess for me to be on that call, I would need to just give context or justify. Like, but as long as I can do that, then I'm comfortable like doing a high price or whatever it is.
Okay, so I feel like I fully understand what's going on or have context. So now walk me through. It sounds to me like you took what I said and you're like, hey, this doesn't fully apply. I have to say something else. So what's brewing in your head in terms of how you want to treat it or how you think you should treat it? And then, yeah.
Um, So I would say like, hey, like, because I kind of had the three options, right? And so like, hey, option one, we start with basically what I'm doing is, I have because I was gonna justify it. So like, hey, I have most of my clients have one location, and so I have few that have a few different locations, and this is typically what we do for them is this one, which is basically we take the ad and then we run it to like we target all three locations. So it's one ad. I'll actually let me just pull up that doc because that may just kind of help me kind of explain it. Okay, so
Could you just say, "Hey, John, ready to rock? I'm ready to rock and roll. Hey, just want to give you full context. I want to be very clear about this, man. I know you said you wanted to do 3 locations. If you wanted to do 3 locations, it'd be $2,250 per month. If you wanted to just do 1 location, it would be 1,250, like we spoke about. The reason I suggested what I suggested to you before is because I just wanted to get you on board, get us started for 1,250, which is why I promised you. What we do is we charge for every additional one. So in this particular case, if you wanted to start with all three, it would be 2,250. Or like I said, we could start at 1,250 and then add on every additional one if you'd like after that for $500 a piece.
yeah, so the only problem with that is that I did do the onboarding with them, which is why he paid the deposit. So I just don't know if that's like, I mean, again, I can do that if you just feel like screw it, like just say that.
Well, why can't you do that? Because you set different expectations on the onboarding call. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Because I was thinking like, so like if I did one ad that targeted all three locations that went to one Go High Level account, and then the person who got on the call just chose the location, right? Like once they got on the call with the person, just like, okay, which place is closest to you, we'll book. That's basically what iCandy does, right? So there doesn't add much complexity, and I can do that. The cons of it is that if you tell me that, hey, this location's going slow, like can we get this up? Like, can we get more patients? I wouldn't be able to help you unless we launched a new ad, right? If unless we separated out that data. So the data becomes mixed, but I can do all that under this. The second one is we have 3 ads go to 3 different locations, but it all goes to the same Go High Level, and then but we can at least track the 3 different people, but then it all goes to the same phone number, which to me that would be like 1450 instead of like 1250, which I mean honestly could be more instead of the $200 fee. And then the highest tier was where they all go through 3 separate Go High Level accounts, and that's where you get is.
Well, my opinion is this. As you're saying it to me, it gives me brain pressure. It gives me high blood pressure as you're saying to me. It's like I give 0 fucks. So I would assume he gives 0 fucks.
Sure.
To the point where he's just like, dude, I just want what the fuck works for me. Like straight up. As a business owner in my mind, I'm just like, why would I compromise? Why would I make it more difficult? I got a mil in my mind, I'm literally thinking, I got a million other things I worry about. You're telling me if you do option one, I gotta make this compromise, I gotta get back and forth with you. I don't want any of that shit. Does that make sense? So it's like you're proposing something that's like it's like what's the point of even proposing it? Because like I'm not he's not gonna be happy. He's not gonna be happy. He's gonna be pulling his hair out. He's gonna be pulling your hair out. Does that make sense? Like it's gonna
Right.
backfire on you, I think.
Mm.
Does that make sense? I think it would potentially backfire on you, or he's gonna hear that and just be extremely turned off. I would just say don't try to do the tiers 1, 2, 3. Just like give him whatever he needs, which is tier 3. Just give him what he needs and be like, hey, here's the price. I apologize if this rubs you the wrong way. I totally understand. This is just what we're currently doing right now. If it doesn't work for you, I totally understand that. That's it. Like, that's how I would do it.
Okay.
There's no need for you to stress him out. There's no need for you to stress yourself out about this stuff.
Okay. So just the 3 locations for 2,250, whatever it is. And
So
honestly, I'm just gonna.
do you think you can say what I said to you, or do you think like he remembers to such a high detail that like he would be like, wait a minute, what's up? Wait a minute.
I mean, I feel like he'll probably do that because he seems very like penny pinching kind of guy, and so like I feel like he's gonna be like, well, Amon, like, we seemed like we were gonna move forward before, and this wasn't an issue.
So
And so at that point,
okay, so I feel so straight up. I'll be straight up with you. It's kind of one of those like this. These are one of the these are one of the places where you gotta like you just be a dick, man, because there's nothing else you can do. If you're not a dick, you're not gonna be able to take care of yourself. So you gotta stand
yeah,
up for these are one of the places where you gotta stand up for yourself, for your future. So if I were you, I would just say kind of what I said, rewind this back, go back. Hey, so Dr. John, happy to rock and roll with you, man. It's going to be 2,250 if we rock with all 3 locations. I just want to be clear up front. The reason I said to you what I said to you is I want to just get you on board, get you 1 location we are doing 1250 for each for location, and for every additional one we add on $500 because of what's required on our back end. If you're ready to rock and roll, we can slowly do that. If not, we can go and start with the 1250 for one location. Let me know your thoughts. What do you want to do from there? From there, he'll give you, well, I thought, wait, no. If he gives you that shit, you put that aside, say, I totally understand. This is just how we are doing things right now. That's just how our company is operating. We've come for us, it causes too many issues. So this is just what we're doing. I apologize for the inconvenience, but that's just how it is. And if you want to move forward, we certainly can. If not, I understand too.
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
Do that.
Yeah, and I shouldn't even have like not to get into the tier things again, but like, again for eye candy, listen, for eye candy, we target 3 locations with one ad and now it goes to one place. So like it's technically the same amount of work, right? Except for in the targeting, I just target 3 locations, and then basically when they book, you just confirm with them which location's closest to them. Like should I offer anything like that if he's like, hey, like, just know like we can do that, you'll get ads, but if you want to grow one specific location, it's gonna be an extra 500.
What I would ask you is a very simple question is like, do you feel like that would backfire where he would have issues with it and it would cost you time and energy? That would be my question too.
Potentially, maybe.
If the answer is yes, then I just wouldn't mess with it because it's just not worth it because you got other things to be worrying about.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just
Okay.
even that
Okay.
stress.
Okay, sounds good. Last thing is the AI calling. So I like really sold them on that. I think I'm just gonna be the
Oh,
same.
so yeah, in terms of AI calling, when you wrote that, I did have thoughts on that. Is so also okay, and then what I would do is I would do another onboarding with him. Or did you even do an onboarding? You did an onboarding.
Did the onboarding, yeah.
So what I would do is I would step one is just transact. Step two is it's kind of a pain in the ass, but I've done this where like if it's so long between when I start and then I need to do an onboarding. You got to do that's the kind of unfortunate. You got to do the onboarding again because things are not fresh in people's minds. And so during the onboarding can be a good part where you say, hey, look, what we're doing with everybody moving forward is we're starting them with this because this is what generates the highest ROI. Then and only then if we run into bottlenecks is we introduce AI. So what we do is we use AI to break bottlenecks, but we are not starting with that because the conversion is so much lower. People are making so much less money. It's so advanced. So I cannot start you guys out with that. I need to start you guys here with this system that's proven.
I can't
And,
set the expectation before he transacts though.
um,
Because like I just kind of want to like be upfront about that and just be like, look, like basically, I was gonna have it where you need to get at least 3 show ups before we implement the AI calling.
even do that because what you're doing is you're opening up a freaking you're opening up whatever it's called, like a fucking can of worms by even giving him an opportunity to do that because then he's gonna be down your throat asking you once he gets his first 3 leads. And then you're gonna fucking set it up and then it's not gonna work and then da 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 da.
So should I just tell him the AI calling's off the table?
I wouldn't say it's off the table, but like, okay, let's say you had the conversation with him, hey, it's 2,250 or whatever you want to move forward. He says, yeah. Like, okay, cool. So just to recap, here's what you're going to be getting. And then you have the thing. You're going to get this. And talk about it as if like regarding AI, we do have, so we're going to do this and then this and this, and then we have this AI thing. Now it's important to understand. I don't know how clear, I just want to be very clear about the AI. We don't introduce the AI until there is a bottleneck introduced in the business. We always start things off here because that's the activity. And then from there, we use the AI to break through that barrier. Are you good with everything I've presented to you?
Yeah, the only thing is like I don't want them to get into a mindset because like of course when we first start, right, they're gonna have to learn the skills and like I don't want them to like feel the pain of like, oh, that person didn't show up, let's get the AI calling because I want it to be where like the people who have it down where they're getting people through, those are the ones who are doing okay with the AI calling because regardless of if they talk to the AI caller, like they'll call the leads and still like confirm. So like that's why I wanted to be like, hey, once you hit this milestone, then we can introduce it to help, because you have the foundational skills of like, calling the leads regardless. And then the AI calling just kind of helps like after hours and kind of keeps things warm for you.
What's your goal with saying this? Like your goal in saying this is to save face. Your goal in saying this is because it's going to get them the best results. What is the purpose of you saying it?
It's because like not having the AI caller, like, or at least in the beginning, like focus on the fundamental skills of speed to lead, following the scripts, calling leads.
Thing is why even introduce the AI because I'm assuming you're bringing up the AI because you sold him hard on the sales call, and so now
Right.
the expectation is, hey, AI is going to be part of this package. I would assume that you're trying to save.
Exactly. Yeah.
So what you're trying to
Yeah.
do is you're trying to dissuade him from using the AI right away, but you don't want him to feel like shit because you've already sold him on it. That's what you're
Right.
trying to do.
Right.
Okay. So yeah, so basically what I said would apply. If I were you, what you're trying to do is you're trying to dissuade him, but what happens after he gets 3 leads or works 3 leads and he asks you for AI? What's gonna happen from there? Are you gonna go and set it up? And is it gonna hurt you?
Yeah.
Is it
Yeah. No, because like if he gets 3 people show up, then I at least know for sure that like, hey, this
are you
is
okay?
like
Are you okay
I'm
with
okay
that?
with that. I'm
Oh,
okay
okay,
with
then okay,
Yeah,
then
yeah,
say
yeah. I'm okay with that. My concern is like for people who rely on the AI calling and then they get terrible results. If he's getting it, I'm happy to set that up for him for sure.
I was under the impression that you didn't even want him to use AI. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. So
Yeah.
if you just want him to manually get people and then AI, like yeah, exactly what you said is fine.
Yeah, because like worst case, I set it up, and if it doesn't work, then at least we know for sure they can do it. Yeah, and so like most people who get to that point, they're probably gonna just forget anyway about the AI calling. Like they're just gonna be like, all right, let's spend more money.
Okay, fantastic. Then we're on the same page.
Okay, so I can be upfront about that. Like again, I don't care if he gets turned off and is like, oh, well, I thought that was I'm just gonna be honest. Like, hey, like we found by rolling this out was that all our current clients were crushing with it because they already had the fundamental skills. We did close some new clients with it, and they actually were end up suffering because of it because they relied too much on it. So once we took it off and got them on the fundamentals first, then we reintroduce it back to them. So I do make sure that, typically for the first week, we focus on just the fundamentals, and I want to see 3 show ups from the leads. So I know you can follow the script, and this way you don't rely on something, you don't,
I wouldn't use
you
the word
always have that control.
yeah, I wouldn't use the word like rely on the bot or anything. I would just
Not rely, I guess you always have control of what the outcome of the lead is.
so I'm gonna
So
try to bring just dump how I would say. I'm not saying it's gonna be perfect.
sure.
So, John, just really quick, here's what you're gonna be getting. You're gonna be getting this, 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 this. Also, the AI thing that we spoke about, we do have a protocol that we use for that. This has changed since you and I had a conversation. What we're doing now is we are introducing the AI bot after people get their very first 3 patients. That is something that is mandatory. First 3 patients, first 3 leads, whatever you want to do. That is something that's mandatory for us, where we first focus on the fundamentals of working leads. Once people have hit that 3 number, well, we know that they've got the fundamentals down. And then from there, we go ahead and introduce the AI bot. So I just want to make sure you're clear on that, that we introduce that after 3 leads. Okay. Is that okay? Does that make sense? Something like that.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, that's fine. That's why, okay. So I'm gonna do that, and then I'm gonna just, be upfront about the locations. I'll watch back the part where we kind of talked about it, but um I guess in short, it's just kind of saying like, hey, this is what the price is gonna be. I apologize if, I wasn't, I don't know how you frame that. I guess I'd have to listen.
yeah. It's like, hey,
But
John, happy to rock and roll with you. I ripped the band off. To be clear, the price is going to be 2,250 if we do all 3 locations. When you and I spoke, we spoke about 1,250. The reason for that is because 1,250 is what we charge for one location. Every additional location that we bring on, it's additional $500. So my goal was to get you on board, get you some immediate initial results, and then from there, the additional $500 for each additional location would have been a no-brainer for you. However, again, if you want to get started, we can, with all 3, we can certainly do 2,250, or if you want, we can do the 1,250 like we spoke about, and then add on the additional 2. And then from there, see what he says. He's either going to give you shit or he's not. Cool.
yeah, and yeah, I won't negotiate, you know, I won't do any of the SEO stuff where I'll go on that because I don't.
It's not
But
fun.
yeah, yeah. Okay, cool. I'm good with that.
It's funny. Oftentimes with you, I'm just like, yeah, dude, just go be an asshole. Like, just go, just tell him to fuck off.
Yeah. No, it's gonna feel good for me. I feel like this guy stressed me out, so
I'm joking. I'm joking a little bit, but um, yeah, I think it's just about protecting your energy. Protecting your energy. It's super important.
yeah. No, it is nice that like I don't have to rely on him right now, you know?
Yeah.
Like, it is nice that I do have that other thing that can just it always like makes things a lot easier because like when they feel that energy, like watch, he's gonna be like, all right, well, I guess I'll do it, you know? And if not, then it's great because it doesn't hurt. So
Good. Um, yeah, I'm glad. I mean, I'm kind of sensing that from you, but we'll see. I think keep us posted in terms of like doing your first free handoff, and I think you'll start feeling. I feel good, like from seeing what I've seen already. I feel like really good about everything.
yeah,
I think it's just about refining and doing a few handoffs. Like you've already figured out the ad, you've already like the hard
yeah,
part pretty much done. You just have to do a bunch of these reps now.
yeah, for sure.
Um, um, but yeah, anything else you want to go over, bro?
No, I think that covers everything for me. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Before I move on to Cam, Righteous, do you have questions? Me, you, Mason, I'm on Mastermind, anything together?
No, I mean I don't have it. Well, so on the form, like I wouldn't have to create a new one. I could just edit the one that I already have, or would it be best to just create a new form and just model what Aman has?
I would
Um,
just follow after mine. I would
yeah.
just try to
You-
recreate it to a D.
Just okay, recreate the form. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was all I had because that was probably the only other adjustment I had to make, and then I'll just follow the plan of action you gave me to just watch the cost per lead. And if it's too much, then just I already know. Switch areas. So
Yeah, and even though the exterior and the cabinet lead has the same exact form, I did create two separate forms for it. That says cabinet exterior. One, so I can track and go high level, but then two, when I do my exclusions for the cabinet, I have to do, those who clicked on, those who became a lead, those who clicked on the form. At least, you can specifically track the cabinet ones as well there. So when you do
okay,
your questions, then just make sure that you have a like one that's specifically for cabinet, even though they're the same form technically. That way you can just make sure all the data is separate.
okay, will
Um,
do. So
yeah, and where are you targeting?
um, like the demographic or like just area.
Yeah, the area.
Columbus, Ohio. Now I'm doing a 25-mile radius.
Columbus. Okay, so I feel like just to be safe, I should just give you the ad that says, how I edit it in this Columbus, just to be safe.
To change it to Columbus, like the ad.
Yeah, like the one that I edited. Like I could just give you one that just says Columbus, and then that way, because I saw like your text was a little bit smaller, and you never know. Like if we just try to keep things similar, then we'll have more accurate data. So,
Okay, yeah, it
I can
makes
do that
sense.
to you now.
Yeah, that will be sweet. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So if that is all, then I am gonna go ahead and move on to Cam if you guys want to hang out or peace out or whatever. If any no more questions, right? Just someone? You guys good?
Yeah, no, I'm good because I know Amon dropped a video with everything, and then I can always come back to this one and watch that one if I come across anything. So I'm good.
Cool, cool. Thanks, someone for all your help with the stuff too. Okay. So Mr. Cam, you want to delve into right? We can delve into Mason questions first.
Sure, yeah.
However you want to.
So, so this is kind of for both of you, maybe. I don't know. Mason probably has a better idea about it, but so this is the actually I'll go back. So these are the automations that I have set up currently for the cost quiz. Um, so when a lead opts in from the form, they come into here. Sorry, that's not right. Yeah, there it is. So this is the first text that the leads see. Thank you for submitting. We'll reach out soon with your duck cleaning quote. I feel like it's pretty straightforward. Is there anything that you guys would want to change on that?
Um, where are you getting this? Are you getting this from Aiden? Is this from a snapshot or?
So this is pretty close to what Aiden had on his landing page.
Okay.
Like he doesn't really have like a I didn't see his automations, but on in terms of like where his page went to. This is kind of like the last thing that it said. It was like, thank you for submitting. We'll reach out soon, like one of our specialists or whatever.
Okay, thank you for submitting.
We also, this is like pretty damn close to what I had before anyways, but I just changed from I had thanks for thank you for I can look it up actually. It's back here.
The only thing I would say on that one is like, thank you for submitting what? Like when I read that, I'd be like, submitting what? Submitting your ads, submitting.
Yeah, thank you for submitting. We will reach out soon. So that's my original one. That one's working.
I would just have like, I would just wonder like, thank you for submitting something, submitting our ad, submitting whatever.
Cost. Or
Thank you for submitting your information into our ad, or something. I
thank
don't.
you for submitting our.
Oh, thank you for. Oh, it's a quiz, so you ask all those questions, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you for applying to our cost quiz. We will reach out to you soon with your quote. Something like that. Thank you for submitting.
Thank you.
Thank you for submitting your answers to our cost quiz.
What happens after this?
I'll say that for now. After this, this one gets sent out in between the hours of 8 a.m. and 8 p.m.
What's the wait step?
Waits like 1 minute.
Okay, so it says we'll get to you in a second, then it waits 1 minute, and then it texts this.
Yeah, so it's the first one I just showed you guys, and then waits 1 minute. If as long as it's in between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. anyways, this one goes off.
Okay.
And then one out of the four that we had today replied with text, and that's the one that Michael booked purely through SMS. So worked for one of them. But
I would maybe try to add a little bit of urgency in them getting back to you. And the way that I would do that is I would say, hi, contact first name, this is Michael with Triton Home Care Services. Just saw you. Then I would say, I just pulled over because I'm on the road right now. No. Put it right here. It's got to look like an actual text.
oh, like right beside it.
Yeah. I just pulled over to shoot you this text. And then I would say that I would cut all of this, then I would keep this. How would you prefer your quote, text or call?
Just pull over to shoot.
Get rid of this.
Get rid of what?
Get rid of this.
Would you recommend I do capital anything or just keep it the way it is?
Yeah, you can capitalize the I. Get rid of the how. And then I would put a period here and then I would put it in one big paragraph.
Yeah, capital W.
That looks good. Yep. Do capital W. Who's
Yeah,
that?
would you prefer to get your code text or call?
What'd you say?
Would you prefer to get your code text or call? Should I like go like by or should I just leave it the way it is?
Would you prefer? Would you prefer?
Root?
I would just say, would you prefer I text or give you a quick ring? About the quote. and get rid of everything else. I would change this. I would change this wait to like 2 minutes.
Yeah, just pulled over to shoot you this text. Would you prefer I text or give you a quick ring about the quote? Okay. Okay, cool. Okay, sounds good. And then, all right, and then after this, it's like the ones that you kind of taught me how to do. I hopefully it doesn't get to that point, but um and then is this one cool, or what would you recommend I do here?
So this one's gonna be the one that automatically sends that's gonna say like your business name and everything, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
unfortunately.
I would say a member of our team. I would say a member of our team. Yeah, our team will reach out soon with your quote.
Just soon with your
Thank you for submitting. Thank you for submitting our quiz or the quiz. Yep. I would say duct cleaning quote, so they know what it is.
I do like an exclamation point here, or put a comma instead of the dash, or
Doesn't matter. I would just do a period.
right.
Capitalize. Yeah. Yep.
Red team will reach out soon with your duck cleaning quote. Exclamation point. Just leave it.
Nope. Looks good.
Okay, cool. Cool, thank you.
Make
That's
sure you
very
save.
nice. Yeah. It should be saved. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, what else did I have?
Look information check. Okay. Discuss landing shimmy.
Yeah, that one's for Koshik. Go over results. This one, look at quiz questions, too many, too hard, any movement right. Yeah, I think all the other ones are for Koshik. The other one that might be you though is because you seem to have some, I don't know what a lot, but some experience in the home service industry, kind of like painters and stuff I think you've talked about.
Mhm.
I just wanted to show you what we're running for Michael right now. I'm going to show you like the because I have never since I've been with you guys obviously before too, but I've never done anything with targeting. I've never touched my audiences except for like myself, like my actual agency I have. But for any of my clients, it's just been open targeting and hoping the ad and copy bring it in.
Mhm.
So I'm wondering like, is it worth playing around with? I don't know. But I'll show
What's
you what I'm
your
working.
what's your cost per lead right now?
Cost per lead right now with this is 20, I think it's like $27. I think we spent like close to 100 and we've brought in four, one closed.
So you spent 100. The cost per lead is about $25.
Yeah, roughly, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Let's take a look at the creatives.
I tried to mimic, this is the original one I had. I think it's like way too salesy. It's like boom, right in your face and the copy's very
Homeowners, have
different.
you ever looked inside your air ducts?
It's just like a whole thing. And then this is the copy, like a big old long copy. And then after watching Aiden's video, this is the new copy. It's like, how much will it cost to clean my air ducts? Take our Utah duct cleaning cost quiz to find out what it might cost and how long it might take. And then I tried to go after Drew's like cement ad, where it's just like I might even take out this
Yeah, I mean, if four people, I mean, if four leads came in and Michael closed and already booked one of them, I really wouldn't be looking at changing too much. If anything, again, like the hierarchy of what I would do isn't really necessarily touch the targeting. I would launch more ads to see if I can beat what I already have first. That would be like the number one thing that I would do.
Okay.
What is like the bottleneck or what problem are you trying to solve right now?
There's literally that's exactly. So there's not really a huge bottleneck. He's just saying like, is there any way that I can, excuse me, is there any way that he can optimize his ads to make the cost per lead better, basically? And I'm just saying from what he has, there's not really too much that I would do in terms of like trying to do different stuff. The only thing that I would do is I would just launch different creatives and see how they work as compared to the other ones. That's all I would do.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I just modeled exactly what Aiden did. It's just like a way simpler. Like this is ridiculous for a copy. But I understand why it works. This is just like a whole new like angle for me. So I was just wondering if you guys could take a look at it and like, I don't know, like that shouldn't work like this. This is not what we've been doing. So you gotta think about it differently. I was just wondering if there's anything like that, but um, that's helpful.
This is nice to see as well because this is Michael's account, yeah?
Yeah.
Weren't you trying to run like lead form ads for him or something like before in like his local area and you still couldn't get like the cost per lead back down to what it was?
Yeah. No.
So you're getting like leads again, kind of, right?
Yeah, I'm getting leads again. Michael's been getting leads also, and he's just doing his own thing. He's just paying me per job, so he's still getting results. It wasn't so much like we've saturated the area. Like Utah County is a big mother. Like there's a lot of people down there. So I don't know what was going on before, but
Wait, so you have the $249 stuff, we got to a place where it just wasn't working no matter how many times you duplicated the ad set.
yeah.
So it was working, obviously. And so you said Mike was doing his own thing. What do you mean by that? Like he's running his own ads, like different ads?
Um, yeah. I think I think it's the exact same ads as me. But he's like a nerd, man. So he's going into I mean it was my job and it's my job. I should have been doing this. Um, but let's see if I can find it. Basically, he's like making his own ads, like brutal ads, but
Is that him? Is that him?
that's him, yeah. He's got like a green screen, he's got mics, he's doing his own thing.
Uh, that's too funny. Oh, man.
Anyways, it's like he's just doing his own thing, man. It's pretty sweet, but um
Or what?
sorry.
Working?
Yeah, he said it's working. He said, let's see what he found here.
Cost,
Um,
cost per lead is cost per acquisition. What's the offer?
offers the same as what we've been doing. Sorry, he sent me like a full thing about different numbers, like this one's 50% better for Instagram and all that type stuff. It's somewhere here. Yeah, it said also this one converts high, clicks are low, but conversions are well. Yeah, this guy right here. So it basically sent me this photo, like all the ads that me and him ran together, or I ran for him. And he did tests. He's like, number two, video and song is good for the old people. Number one and four should be from ages 28 to 55 years old, male dominated, but not by much. Number three doesn't have much unique pattern, but should be targeted at 44 plus age. Number one converts twice as much as 50% cost on Instagram. So drop the Facebook, pretty much saying like run it on Facebook, but on Instagram, but not Facebook. Number two, targets old people, converts 5 times better on Facebook. Number three, converts equal. Number four, also IG dominated. Like he's going into like all these specs, and just whatever he's doing, like he's getting leads in.
The $249 offer or whatever, right?
Yeah, 279, but yeah.
And like, so how many like leads has he gotten in versus like how many sales has he made since he was doing his own thing? Because yeah, the point is that would go to prove that our initial thought of it being saturated is not saturated at all, which is very interesting. That is like it really just boiled down to what we initially thought. What we initially said was creative.
Right.
And then we said, hey, can't. So here's the big lesson I think, is that there's a flavor of creative. Like it's almost like the creatives that you were doing were all kind of the same. You were making slight variations, but then he's got this complete different creative where he's like fucking green screening it. Does that make
Yeah,
sense? He's a
yeah.
person, I think. Or that's the theory so far from what I'm seeing.
Sorry, you cut out there for a sec. What did you say there?
So what I'm saying is like for me, the lesson that I'm learning, the takeaway I have is like you had these creatives that were you were tweaking them and all this stuff, and but they're all kind of the same flavor versus his creatives are very different than yours. He's got like the green screen and he's just doing something completely different. That seems to be bringing a different group of people. So that means that the trick is the creative then.
Right. Yeah. I mean, he
But
also,
what
in my experience, whenever I start, he made like a new ad account so we can work in separate ad accounts. He owns both of them, just so we can kind of keep our own things apart. In my experience, whenever I launch a new campaign and a new ad account, oh, it is so juicy, like so juicy. So it could be Michael has an average ad like mine, puts it out there. He's getting lots of good results because this is still very fresh. Who's to know like what's going to happen in the future? It could fatigue faster than the ones that we had because we were booming. Like we closed 40 jobs together. Um, so I do hear you. Like that might be the takeaway, but I think it's too early to tell just because Facebook gives you the juice out of the gates for some reason. Um, but
yeah.
but
Yeah, we'd have
yeah,
to
maybe.
get the number of like leads and the number of sales that he's makes for sure.
Yeah, yeah. Um, yeah, he said like the lead, like he sent me an ad. Basically, he just took my ads and changed the aspect ratio on it and then ripped it. Yeah, I don't know where it is, but he basically took the ones that we were already running, uploaded them, and the sides are cropped. So like if there's a human in it, half the face is cut off, and he ran and he's getting leads. So I don't know. That's why I think it's just he's getting the juice right now because he's running the same thing as me, just a worse cut of it. It's like the 9 by 16 instead of the 1 by 1. The exact same thing, but I don't know.
You're right, it's possible. That is true. Like I have seen, I always tell people like sometimes whenever people launch like they're like a new face in an industry. I've noticed this as well. It's kind of similar to what you're saying. It's a little bit different, but like let's say somebody hopped in and tried to sell to videographers and they had like okay offer, they'll share their shit is just gonna blow the fuck up because they're just new to the space. I don't know what happens with the algorithm, but it just gives them some love. And then down the road, it becomes difficult just like for everybody else. So it could be something similar when it comes to a brand new ad account. So, it's good that you brought that up. But we'll keep an eye on it and keep us posted. Let us know for sure.
Yeah. That's another point that I mean to ask you guys this for months. I keep forgetting. But are you guys against the strategy based off of what I just said? Like, it's been so consistent across the board. Every time I start a new campaign with a new ad account, it's the first time I'm kind of getting in there. It just gives me so many good results every single time. What is there something against making just more campaigns? Like every time it fatigues, instead of duplicating this and that, making new campaigns? Because it seems like with a new campaign, it gives you the juice.
Yeah, that could be part of it as well. You could give that a shot as well. I didn't know if you were doing that. But that could be worth doing as well. Trying a different campaign, trying different ad accounts. That could be
Okay.
part.
Okay. Yeah. I was just thinking about that the other day. It's kind of a pain in the ass to make a whole new campaign every time, but if that brings you back the juice, it's like I'll do that, whatever. But yeah, with like the clients that I have in Charlotte that I just got on, I think we've been running this thing like 10 days or something. I don't know the exact date. It might be a bit more. But it has not been very long. And like the biggest difference that I'm finding with being successful is these people Shimmy owns a couple different locations. Jesse's one of those locations, and that's these guys. They're in Charlotte. And Shimmy's got a whole team. He's got like two people in the Philippines, one person in the office. As soon as these leads can't come in, like they're calling them as soon as they can. And like the results are crazy compared to Michael, like a one-man band who's closing over SMS. Some people might prefer that, and you can do that, and I think it works very well. But if you have a team to be on these people's asses, like speed to lead, if you have that, they've got 16 jobs booked and 3 completed in like I don't even know how long we've been doing this for, not very long. Now something to remember is that they're running the $97 offer while Michael's doing the 279, so it's a higher ticket, so it's gonna be less people opting in there, obviously. But I don't know what the like the ratio is here, like 59 leads. Like what's the percentage of that? What's the conversion rate? 59. So hold on, we should add 16 plus 3 because 19. What's 19? Oh, that's like 1 in 3. Like the ratio is 1 in 3 for these guys, and they're like on it.
Three is the ratio of what?
Like one, like out of 3 leads that come in, they're gonna book one.
Really? Wow. That's crazy.
Because like they have like six opportunities. They've had 19 people booked and 3 are completed. So like 20 out of 60, that's 1 in 3.
So I will definitely tell you you should, that's definitely not normal. And it's possible that's like a juice thing. And it's
Yeah, I think we are in the juice period, but in terms of like the leads that come in, they're really like taking advantage of what's coming in. This isn't going to last, but in terms of like the percentage of the leads that come in, I think with the team that they have, um, it might be 1 in 3. I don't know. That's what Michael sees, 1 in 3, and Michael doesn't have a team on him.
Michael sees 1 in 3 people, 1 in 3 leads close as well.
In our first month, he saw around 1 in 3. It's hard to tell now because Michael like dumped a bunch of contacts in there, so I can't really see the numbers. Um, but yeah.
The reason I bring that up is like it's usually 3% of leads buy, not 33%. Like that's kind of insane.
Okay, wow.
3%.
Huh.
Get 100 leads, 3 buy.
Okay, I'd say for Michael, it's like 1 in 4 minimum. Like that's I think it's like between I don't know like a 30% to 20% close rate.
Yeah, that's insane.
Um, but yeah, so this is going really well. The thing with the cost per quiz thing, like I really wish I could just do the $97 thing because I know how to sell the 97 and I know how to sell the 249.
So here's the thing with the 97 and 249. I mean, I think you're already generating some leads from it, right? You're already generating some leads from some estimates or whatever, right?
That's true. Yeah.
So here's the deal, right? So here's the thing. There's nothing to fucking worry about. It's just how much work is it going to take until you systematize it. Like the hard part's done. You already hook somebody, you already know how to get leads for them, you already know how to do this $97 thing. The worst case scenario is Cam. You basically, you get somebody a lead, you hand that lead off, and then maybe on the phone call, you're like, hey, look, I know you got this thing, but I got this amazing $97 thing that works way better with upsells and downsells, way more profitable. Would you be interested in doing that? I can show you, I can hop on a quick call with you, I can show you how this all works. And then they say, yeah, and then you do that whole thing. Again, it's a little bit more coaching. It's not the exact business model. It doesn't follow the guideline to a T. But if we need to do that, it might be worth it. And you charge maybe an arm and a leg, you do more paid in full. So point is like there's no way to really lose with what you have figured out. You can't really lose. The
Right.
sales people might just be a little bit different. It might just be a little bit different, but I don't think we need to go there right now. We don't have to worry about it right now.
Right. Yeah. I really want this cost quiz thing to work out. That'd be just so much easier for me to like give them leads because it's just a quote. You just gotta sell them. Um, oh yeah, I mean, but
So far it's working. So far it's looking good.
yeah.
Okay, well, I guess what were your questions? What else did you want to go over?
Um, yeah, so I have a talking with Keith tomorrow for like Google stuff. Um, I guess we already kind of talked about it. I don't really know what else there. I kind of just wanted to have a meeting with Keith because things are hot right now. Like I'm just gonna tell Shimmy like, dude, if you want to do it for the Arizona location, like look at the Charlotte location. It's the exact same thing. I just copy and paste to a different location. So in terms of like the upsell aspect of things, I just wanted to have a chat with Keith in case I wanted to like really specify and wrap up. I'm sure even if I have a meeting with Keith and I like it, things are going to change. Like even if he sells me on the SEO right after that call, I might be like, oh no, like local leads are way like local service ads are way better to learn more from. Like I'm just going to go into that. Even if I don't think Shimmy really gives a shit. I don't think most people give a shit as long as they're leads. Like I don't really think they care. They're paying for the leads, not where the leads are coming from. So I don't know. I don't think there's really anything to talk about there, but I'm hoping that meeting with Keith goes well. I'm just gonna try to soak it in, be a sponge, see what I can do.
soak it in, kind of figure out what you think you should do is best in terms of you know, most profit that you can make them with the least amount of headache. That's kind of the goal. Like, how do I make them the most profit with the least amount of headache? And kind of like weigh out the options of Google SEO versus Google Ads, local service ads. I think Google local service ads are pretty simple. I've had a few guys that came to our program that were running Google local service ads, so I don't think they're that hard to figure out, actually.
Yeah, I've heard it's pretty, and you pay per lead, so it's like you don't pay anything until you get the lead, which I like. That's some good safety net and peace of mind for me to tell them. It'd be easy for them to go into that knowing that, I think. Um, yeah, go over results with Michael so far. Campaign setup, look for any tweaks. Look at the ad compared to Drew's. Does it have music? Yeah, we already did a lot. Look at the quiz questions. I kind of already did this with Amon. It's pretty simple. I don't think there's really too much we can change. I mean, we could change a lot, but this is what it looks like right now. So these are all the questions. So see how much it costs to clean your ducts. Does everything you're seeing like simple to you? Like if you clicked on this and you're interested in seeing how much it would cost for your house, like is there anything here where you're like, oh, I wish it was that? That'd be way simpler. It's like see how much it costs to clean your ducts. I feel like that's pretty straightforward. Take our quiz to find out. Please answer the questions below to the best of your ability. What type of home do you have? Single family home, townhouse. How many HVAC systems, furnaces do you have in your home? What is the approximate square footage of your home? How soon would you like to schedule? Like, are any of these red flags to you, or like, do you think I'm just trying to find the perfect balance between discouraging uninterested leads and not discouraging interested leads with the amount of questions? And I think it's pretty simple, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, well, what would some? I think you said within your Loom or something that this is the one that might discourage somebody. Why are you asking this question? Is it like gonna help them out a lot, or
Well, so like help who out? The business owner, like getting that info?
yeah?
Um, yeah,
This
like I think all a business owner needs is how many events they have, because that's kind of where they make their quotes off of. Like how soon do they like the schedule? They don't need that doesn't change the quote. What's the approximate square footage of your home? That usually doesn't change the quote. How many this does change the quote. The only ones that would change the quote are this one, and this one's like maybe this one, and the last one. How many events they have?
the short answer is like just run it, man. The short answer is like I don't think you need to think about this until your numbers tell you otherwise.
All
If
right.
your if your cost per lead like shits the bed or whatever, like we can look back at this.
Okay. Okay, sounds good. All right. Let's see what else. Yeah, is there any movement on the rake to rent from like anybody, or is there any resources other than the Udemy course? I haven't done that yet. I might get all I need from it. I'm just wondering if there's any, has anybody done the Udemy course? Like, do you know any, are there any good reviews that came back from it?
The
Like, what else do we have on the rake to rent?
the Udemy course was found by Aman, and Aman like
Good.
skimmed
I think Amon went through it. He's here too.
Yeah, I've done a little bit of it. I just saw how to like find like the hot cities, but I didn't really get into like how to build out the websites and I mean I went over like how they like write the websites to find the information for it, but I haven't started like building anything like that out just because I figured what we're doing now is mainly the Facebook stuff too until we close.
Right. Okay.
I guess what are you? Why are you trying to figure this stuff out? Just so I know. Like, what are you trying to? You're trying to figure out rank and rent and learn it. Like, I guess like why? What part of
Me?
it?
I think just shiny object syndrome. Like it's very shiny and I want to follow it. Like I want to do the Facebook stuff for sure. But
Yeah,
having the double you have another source of leads coming in on top of it, and the business owner doesn't know the difference between a Facebook lead or a website lead, it's like oof.
yeah. So in that case, I guess I mean that information is in the rank and rent course. Like I'll probably get access to Nick's program here soon. Me and him are still working out a deal, and if and when we do work out a deal, I'll definitely like let you guys know. Like when we work it out, I'll probably work something out where I can allow you guys to skim through and like learn some stuff from it, or I'll just like tell you guys.
Okay, because Drew learned everything from Nick, right? In terms of like building the website, building, getting leads, like that. That's all that. He just came to you for like another avenue of leads and probably
So
selling.
so so Drew learned rank and run from him, and then it just wasn't really working for him because the problem with rank and run is this: step one, you rank a website and you get some leads. That whole process can take like a fucking month.
It's just a time delay, Cam. So like you can get a business owner on the hook, but then it's gonna take you 30 days to get the leads, and by the time it's 30 days, they're just gonna not care anymore.
And usually
Mm.
they're getting leads first and then they're doing the hook versus we're doing the opposite. We're doing the hook and then we're getting the leads. So Nick realized, and what Drew realized is instead of doing Google SEO and Google ads or whatever to get a lead, let me just run Facebook ads and then hook right then. And like it's much faster. As you guys are seeing, like it can be done in 24 hours. So I don't think it's like they're literally like the reason Nick is here is because that shit doesn't fucking work. Like they're
Right.
here because I would not get excited if I were you over that. Um, like it's that stuff is like 10%. Like for you guys, so it's going to be important for you to learn Google SEO and Google Ads and stuff, but um it's not like I would say it's going to add yeah, I would just say it's not going to take something, it's not going to take you from where you are to like doubling your profit overnight. It's like the
Right.
cherry on something that's gonna I think it's something that's gonna add marginal benefit to you. I think a majority, if here, so here's the deal. A majority of your success, Cam, is gonna come from you figuring out this uh sales thing. That's it. That's all you need to be focused on. That's what's gonna drive most of the money for you. Not gonna be this Google SEO stuff.
Right. Okay.
Why do you think, hold on
When
a second, because this is important. Why do you think that is?
um because the majority of the leads are going to be coming from Facebook, and let's say I hook a book business owner and he's interested, or I think was that it before I keep going?
Yeah, so like for you, because obviously like the intent is higher on Google, like you're most likely your cost per lead is going to be a little bit higher, but because you already have a system that works, it's like why are we going and trying to find different things that work? It's like we already have what we have to. So it's like you can figure out the sales stuff first because that's going to make the most money for you, and then when you want to get the cherry on the top, that's when you go for the Google stuff. Because
Right. Okay.
what you're doing right now is you're spreading yourself thin. Where if I were you, like you're on the golden platter, dude. You're like ready to hit the finish line. Now you're like, wait, I still want to go back and tie my shoes. Where like for you, it's like you already know how to hook people. You already know that your ads work. All I would doing if I were you is calling duck cleaning business owners 24/7. That's all I would be doing, straight up, in my opinion.
Like you need
Right.
to
And running the cost quiz ads, because that's the only thing that would make sense to give him a lead for.
yeah. So yeah, what
Yes.
with the cost quiz and all that stuff is the right thing to do. Like figure that out, spend more money on it, confirm it works. That's what you should be doing. And then like right now, I think you said you already got a lead. Did you have a conversation with that lead or no?
Um, I don't think I got a lead. All the leads that have been generated from the cost quiz have just been gone straight to Michael's phone. I only
Oh,
like
right. But you, oh yeah. So you did the cost quiz and it is working for him and he has already like booked one of them, right?
ebook. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so here's what you need to be doing. I don't know if we said this or not. If we didn't, that's on us. So now what you need to be doing is that the business owners that you hooked, right? What you need to do is you need to do a cost quiz funnel in their location now that you know it works.
Right. And then yeah, so I
And
have a question on that. Sorry, you can go ahead and then I'll ask.
step one was do the cost quiz to make sure it works with Michael. Now you've already done that, done. Step two is now that you've done that, I would assume it's going to keep working. I would assume that it's probably going to keep working. Step two is now you run the cost quiz funnel in their location, the ones that you hooked. Step three, once you have done that, you're going to talk to those leads. Make sure you have at least one really good hot one. Step three is then you're going to take that lead and you're going to connect that to one of the business owners that you've hooked. Step four is you're going to warm them up for 3 days. Day four, you sell it. That's it. That's all you need to be focused on, nothing else.
Okay. And then when I sell them, is it just we can either hop on a call and I can show you how we're getting these leads and we can talk about like all the back end stuff, or do you just want the leads to your phone and we can just I can send you my Stripe thing and we can that's how or like how does that I guess cross that bridge to when we get there?
Yeah, good question. So if for that, I would say take the time to watch Drew's sales call first of all. Okay. So watch Drew's sales call as he does. Right now, he's doing some of his sales are like just like phone calls. He does like 15 minutes long is how long it takes. He doesn't even like hop on a Zoom call because he's done so many of these reps. And you will get there too.
Okay.
Okay. So I think,
yeah.
and so I don't know if you heard me and Riviera talk about this, but like, okay, so let's say you let's say you connect a lead over to a business owner. Hey, Mr. Business, I'm going to connect you, get your lead over. Okay, you hook them over three-way. Done. Let's say you do that tomorrow, Tuesday. At the end of your call on Tuesday, like, yeah, dude, you did a fantastic job. How was that? He's going to be over the moon. He got a free lead, whatever. Like, all right, awesome. I'm so glad to hear this. Moving forward tomorrow, I'm just going to go and just give you the leads. I think you're doing fantastic in terms of your conversation. I'm not really worried about you in terms of your sales abilities. So I'm just going to go and generate that for you. I'm going to generate one for you tomorrow, and then I'm going to generate one for you on Wednesday, and then we'll have our conversation on Thursday if you see if you want to move forward or not. Okay, how's that sound, John? John says, yeah. Okay, sounds good. Cool. Tuesday rolls around. Hey, I got the lead for you. You available right now? If you're available, I'm gonna go and send them over to you. And then from there, he says, yeah, all right, cool. Then you text over the number. Here's the number of the lead. Here's their name. I'm gonna check in with you here in about 30 minutes. He says, all right, sounds good, Cam. So he works the lead, does his thing. Then you hit him up here in 30 minutes later. Yo, how's the conversation, John? How was the whole thing? Oh yeah, I was able to book him. Thank you so much, Cam. Awesome, man. Just glad to hear it. Do you have any questions? Anything that I can help you with? No, I'm good. All right, cool, man. So I'm gonna get you one more on Wednesday, and then from there we'll have our conversation. Okay, so we're cool. Everything's cool. Yeah. Okay, cool. Wednesday, repeat. And then so when you ask that question of like how to do the sales, you're going to be able to gauge it within those 3 days. You're good at sales, Cam. I trust that you're going to be able to figure it out. You're going to know whether you're on like a chill base, like, all right, cool, man. So we'll have our conversation tomorrow. You want to do it over Zoom or like, I mean, we could do it now. Like, how do you want to go about doing this? I mean, I don't know.
Right.
Like, I'll leave it up to you, but like, I feel like you're going to be, it's kind of be like, again, you got your chemistry with Michael. Like, you're going to be super chill. You got him 3 leads, maybe 3 jobs within 3 days. Like, they're going to be over the moon to the point where it's going to be a pretty easy close.
Right. And then, so those two things you just gave me were it's the warm handoff or you call them after and ask how it went. Were you giving me two different options there?
What I was saying is, good question. The handoff is going to be for the first lead.
Yeah.
Texting is for day 2 and 3.
Okay.
Day 1, you're going to do the warm handoff so that you can listen in and everything, and then you can just like chop it up with them a little bit, and then like again pump up like, dude, that was fantastic. Day 2 and 3, you're going to text it over to him, but you still want to talk to him so that you just have that camaraderie.
Right. Okay. So okay, I'm glad we talked about this. And so what I currently have going on with Michael is I'll show you the internal notifications he's getting. And what I'm kind of getting is it shouldn't be this way. So let's see if we can find. So this is what he's currently getting right here. So what I can do was what I was gonna do is just after I hook them, I would just take their phone number that I just called them on and put it into an internal notification so that when a lead comes in, even if I'm asleep, they get this text message. I shouldn't do this for the first one. I should let him know that
Yeah,
I
you get
have this.
all 3 of those leads. You get the lead, you work the lead. He gets no automations, no nothing.
Okay, and then once he's on, he pays me for the weekly 250. Then I just swap our numbers and I say, all right, you're gonna be getting all these, whatever comes in, try to close them. Okay.
First 3,
Okay.
you do a trial, you run the ads on location, you're always getting the leads, you always work them yourself, you always vet them yourself, and then you connect them over to the business owner. After you work with them, now you set up these automations and everything.
Gotcha. And then you kind of keep on saying 3. Does it matter how many leads? Or just as many as that come in and I keep them warm and I think they're hot, pass them over. As long as it's in the 3 days.
I think 3 is the sweet spot. 3 to 5. So Drew always says, I'm going to give you 3 to 5. So just do 3 days worth and whatever you can get in 3 days. So bare minimum in 3 days, get 3 good ones. But if you have more, then do more. But I think it needs to be a 3-day sales cycle.
Okay. Okay.
Over time, you'll kind of know how much to spend to do that too. Because like I wouldn't want to like completely blow them out of a water in a way where it can actually hurt you a little bit. You know what I mean?
Right after the 3 days, it's like, what happened to I wanted more of what I had at the start.
Yeah.
Okay.
In a way, it's kind of like you'll know like how much you should spend, but like just based off your numbers, if you're doing it's probably gonna be under $100 if I had to guess.
Okay. And then have you guys figured out by talking to Drew or anybody else on how the pricing works in terms of ad spend and all that? Or is it just 250 a week, whatever I need to keep paying to get these leads, and as long as I come out on top is what I'll be doing? Or is that in the sales conversation? Then you say, here's how I'm getting these leads. If you want to continue this, then like this is what I've been doing. How much are you willing to spend? Because this is what this equals. If you pay this much, you get this amount of leads.
You set that up on the discovery call, right? You tell them on the when you on the hook call, you tell them what you're gonna charge them and stuff, right?
Yeah, I tell them like what I charge, but
So on the
yeah.
sales call, they already know. That's the whole point. Like on the hook call, you're saying it. So that on the sales call, you just collect that amount.
Okay, so the strategy is a lot of volume then.
Yeah.
You've said that before, but that's kind of why, because ad spend is going to be coming out of. I guess Drew figured out that they say yes to that, and it's easy to say yes to. But in terms of like what ad spend you have to put in on your end, the volume will make you come out on top in the end and a decent amount of profit, I guess.
I wouldn't even well, I just want to make sure I'm answering this question like a little bit because I think you could be concerned about this as well. It's like I wouldn't even bring up like ad spend to them. I would just say my service fee is X and then spend whatever amount of that service fee that you want. Don't say like, hey, I'm like personally, I wouldn't say in general it costs me, on average X amount per lead, therefore you need to pay me X amount for this many leads. Because then you're going to look like an asshole if they give you $750, you don't give them 75 leads, and you tell them it's going to be $100 a lead. See what I'm saying?
Right.
So
Yeah.
if it was me, I would be like, hey, here is my fee for the week.
So
Mm.
If you
basically,
want to continue, it's going to be this amount every week.
so
Right.
So what Drew does on his sales calls, as you may have noticed if you study, is like, hey, I'm going to guarantee, and he does this on the discovery call as well. Hey, look, I'm going to guarantee about 15 to 30 leads a month or whatever he says. So he knows what his cost per acquisition is. He knows what his cost per lead is, or I'm sorry, his cost per lead is. So let's say he's saying, hey, I'm going to guarantee at least 15 leads. And let's say he knows his cost per lead is, I don't know, $20. So 15 times $20, he knows he's going to spend $300 on ads for them, and then 2,000 minus $300 he's going to keep. He's going to keep 17 out of that. He knows that.
All right.
So, anyways, the short answer is don't break it up. Just say whatever you say on the discovery call for now. Don't worry about this down the road. I have a bunch of tricks and tactics to increase this stuff. Like, for example, I'll just give you one right now. You do, hey, on the hook call, you say, hey, it's gonna be $2,000 for the first month. It's $1,000, $250 a week. They say, yeah. On the sales call, hey, so you ready to rock and roll? Yeah, sounds good. All right, cool, man. Are you a MasterCard or debit card? Or okay, cool, man. So again, it'll be $250 a week. And then for month two, again, it will go into $2,000. I'll give you a heads up before we get into that. Sound good? He says, yeah, okay, cool. Week one rolls by, week two rolls out, week three, week four. Hey, John, before we get into that thing of 2,000, I just wanted you to know, man, we're doing this other thing. You do upsell. We're doing Google SEO as well. I'd like to throw in addition. I'd happily throw in an additional month for you, if you'd like to give that a trial. And then from there we can go and add that on. You can do stuff like that. And so then for month two, you charge them $2,000 plus you do Google service for free. Month three, you charge them $3,000 a month. So there's ways to like upsell additional things, but you don't need to worry about that stuff right now.
All right. My main goal is just collect $1, I guess.
Yeah, dude, that's it. Your goal is
All right.
how that should be your goal. Your goal is just your goal is to do as many of these reps as cycles as possible because you're going to figure it out. This kind of goes back to our 30 clients. It's the 30 clients rule.
Right. Okay. Okay, I like that. This question kind of rolls into that perfectly actually. So I just created a Instagram page and a Facebook page. It's called like Air Quality Heroes, just a logo, and I put like 3 posts. I think I'm gonna pay somebody on Fiverr like $30 just to throw some followers on both, just to have some credibility. I don't really care if they're real or not. And then how does it work in the back end? So let's say I have 5 different clients. All of them share the same Instagram and Facebook page. Um, I'm guessing I make a different sub account for each client. And then I'm guessing I create a separate ad account for each client, or is it same ad account? Because having the same pixel will be pretty hot because it's all the same thing. Do all 5 share the same ad account but different campaigns for each client, or how does that work?
That's a good question. I don't have an answer for you in terms of exactly how Drew does it. This would be something you could ask him. But if it were me, what I would do is I would have my ad account running all the ads. I would have my ad account, I would have my pixel.
Okay.
And I'll run everything from there. And because I'm asking everybody to pay me a flat fee and I'm taking a certain percentage of that towards ad spend. And
Right.
then
Okay. With
set
the Facebook forms, there is no pixel, which I just thought of, which kind of sucks.
no pixel,
But
but same thing. You have your ad account, you keep that central. And then I don't know about Go High Level. That's a Mason question, but like I would just my goal is the goal is set things up so that the moment somebody signs their credit card, they're getting leads. They're not thinking about it too much. They're able to be in their phone and work thing. I would assume that Go High Level is a big part of what you do, or does it not matter? Is Go High Level very important, like to Michael's success, or is it just
um, yeah, I mean it's like super nice to have those first 2 text messages because it kind of like keeps them warm. Like as soon as they hit opt in, if they get a text message just saying, "Hey, thanks for," it's just like a nice security for them to know that you have their contact, so they're just waiting on something. I find. And then the second one goes off where it's like it looks like someone's actually texting it to you, where it's like, oh, they got back to me, I'll respond to it. We get a lot of responses from those. I don't know if it's like over 50%, but it's a decent amount.
question?
Um,
Question is
I
the
would
CRM.
probably just train. Sorry.
Question is about the CRM. Like, is the CRM important for Michael? Like, does he go into the CRM, move people within the pipeline? Does he do stuff, or do they not really mess around with that stuff?
Yeah, he does, but I don't think you need to. I think I would just tell them once you get a text with new leads info, you're gonna have their phone number, name, and all their details, what they filled out the form. You should just be able to call them, put them on speaker, and look at their form that they filled out while you have them. And like it's speed delete is huge. I don't think they would need anything else other than that. I'm guessing even if they have Go High Level, I probably wouldn't bring it up. Like if they have their own most of these guys have their own CRM, whether it be like something else. But if I give them that, it doesn't matter what CRM they have. As soon as I get them on the phone, put them into your CRM. I'm guessing you have an app for it or whatever. If you want to, I have like my own CRM, so we could do that. I have a lot of automations that help you keep the leads warm. But if you're cool with just getting the leads and that's all you want, then it'll be super simple. But I would probably tell them like if you can't do the speed to lead, then I would recommend us hopping on Go High Level. I'll set up a sub account for you for a small fee or free, and that'll allow you to keep the leads warm while you're at work and you can't pick up the phone right there and then.
So please explain what goes to the organization for IG Facebook pages and 5 clients from just each ad.
Didn't Drew use just like a Google Sheet?
Maybe.
Or am I crazy?
Separate ad account.
I think he did use a Google Sheet, but he also said on his sales calls, a couple of them that I listened to for the hooks, he's like, even the when he educated you at like in that group chat in that one of the coaching calls, he said that he has a CRM where he can keep him warm, like he used that line. But then he also said like most of them don't give a crap, they just want the leads. But concrete guys are a bit different than duct cleaning guys, I assume, just because their hands aren't like as dirty, they can pick up the phone whenever they really want to. Um,
So to answer your
so
question and stuff, if I were you, I would have a different domain for every rank and rent thing. I would have the exact same ad account to be running all the ads from. I would have the exact same Facebook page, same Instagram page to be running all the ads from.
right.
And then in terms of like the Go High Level, you could talk to Mason about that because that's stuff I don't fully understand it, but like I would just assume, just for now, just make sure everybody just gets a text. They don't necessarily need to have the whole CRM, Go High Level, everything until you get like 3 clients and we can kind of see like, hey, are these guys shit in the bed because they have stuff unorganized? They're not working leads. They're not following up with leads. Okay, they need a CRM. That's how I think I would do it if I were you.
Okay. Okay. Sounds good. Yeah. Okay. I'll start with the text, and then if I need to go high level, I'll figure it out later.
Yeah.
Um. Okay. So yeah, everyone shares the same ad account, And then in the ad sets, just change the location from wherever to wherever this new person's at.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
All right. Cool. I think
Maybe
that's all I got.
And if you said that the secret sauce was having different campaigns and different ad accounts, well then through your own system you should be able to create multiple campaigns. If things slow down, you can have go into multiple ad accounts if things slow down for yourself.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Um, do you guys know if there would be a difference between doing what you just said, Koshik, where you just make just one solid one with everything you have in it, then duplicate it a bunch of times, but it hasn't been activated? Because I feel like for me, Facebook is like you can have something sitting there with dust on it, but then when you brush it off and activate it for the first time, that's when you get the juice. It's not like when you create it without activating it, then the juice starts and you miss the window. So do you guys know if there's a difference? Like, could I just duplicate it a bunch of times and just not activate it, and then when one dries out, just turn that one off and activate the next one?
Are you talking about duplicating a campaign or an ad set or what?
Campaign, yeah.
Um, I mean, people are typically not duplicating campaign. Like
I
if you have,
rarely duplicate the campaigns. Rarely.
yeah, I think I would.
The
Well, I
only
guess
time I ever would is if I'm like, I mean, I wouldn't even no. I don't think I ever would. I don't think I ever have. Now that I think about it.
what are you
And the
saying?
reason
Comes when what? You're saying it performs really well when you have like a campaign that you duplicate but you don't turn it on. Is that what you're saying?
I'm wondering if, yeah, basically what I'm saying is, I'm finding that if I make a new campaign and turn it on, that's when I get the juice. I'm wondering, is there a difference between that and just duplicating that ad set, then activating that one and turning off the old one? Will the juice be different?
So what I would do is I would have one campaign, I would have multiple ad sets within it, and then once things really die down, create another brand new campaign. I would not duplicate that. I would just like create a brand new campaign from scratch.
Okay, and the reason being is that it just doesn't work as well.
I'm basing off of what you're telling me. You're telling me, hey, Kushik, when I go from a one ad account to another ad account, that's what works well for me. If you're telling me that, then I'm saying, okay, cool, do that. The
Right.
camp.
Well, Mason, you're saying you don't do that for whatever reason. What's your reason?
We're not duplicating a campaign.
Yeah.
Just never had like I just I don't know. I never thought that duplicating a campaign would get me better results.
Okay. Have you guys tried that at all?
No, because like a lot of I mean a lot of the stuff that I don't know. It just seems like I'm always getting
I think some people have though. Actually, you can test it, Cam. You can test it. I've heard some people that did it by accident, and I've seen it work for them. Like I've had people that have multiple campaigns that are like the same shit, and it's like they're both working. I've seen it. The reason I personally don't do it is like my campaign has like literally like probably 1,000 outsets in it. So I'm not about to duplicate a campaign with 1,000.
yeah, that's another thing.
That's why I don't do it.
All right.
The only time I do it is like if I run like a lead magnet ad, like I'll create a new campaign and then I won't run like a lead magnet to it and then like a direct offer campaign, like in the same ad or in the same campaign. I'll like one will be my lead magnets, one will be my direct offers, one will be this, one will be that. So they're all dedicated to something different. And if like for me, it's like if an ad's not performing, I just make another ad set and then I try to figure out like I don't know. To me, it's just easier that way just because like I get confused with the more stuff that there is.
I don't think having multiple campaigns is like it's just not people just don't do that. I know that that sounds almost like a bad response. Like we just don't do that around here.
Yeah, I
Like
don't know. I don't know I don't know the answer to you're looking for, bro. Like, I mean, I always like again, I just duplicate if I duplicate anything, it's always the ad set, like always.
Yeah, okay. That's what I've been doing. I was just wondering, like, is there another world that I haven't
try
been in
it.
touch with? Yeah, I'll
Right.
try it.
Like I said, I have seen people do it, but usually by mistake. And usually they're earlier on, they're like noobs. And I look at them and I yell at them. But then I take a step back. I'm like, I'll shut the fuck up because it's working for you. That's usually what the
Right.
conversation.
Okay. Okay. Cool. So my main mission this week should just be to gain, just to get $1.
Yeah. Yes. 100%. And
Okay.
and we spoke about like if that does you should be doing enough of that you should be staying busy. And if you're not
All right.
busy, like I don't know how you can't be busy doing that. Like the sky's the limit in terms of how many people you want to hook and how many people you want to run ads for. Like the sky's the limit. You get to pick and choose how busy you want to be. So what I would
Right.
the other day, I was like, hey, run paid ads is like run paid ads if you find yourself like you're not busy enough. But like your goal is, like I said, collect your first dollar as soon as possible. But then after that, just stack cash, stack cash, stack cash. That's the state you're in.
Right. Yeah. But yeah. Okay. Cool. I got a mission. Sounds good. Thank you.
Questions, comments, concerns?
I don't think so. Um, yeah, I was gonna say something about getting Drew on a call, but it's way too early for that. We should just keep on trucking and then pile up the questions, I guess.
Yeah, the reason I'm delaying, I'm telling everybody that if you want to have a conversation with Drew, like maybe just like see if he's available, but like I don't want to bombard him, first of all. And the second thing is, again, I'm kind of like working something out with Francesca and Nick anyways. And if I am able to work out a deal that works for both of us, then I can just like share those re so it's like instead of listening to Drew, just hear from the horse's mouth, if that makes sense.
I don't want to overstep, but like what type of deal are you working at? Like, is it we get access to his course and his teachings, or but if he's like what he's teaching isn't working and he needs you, then is it just like making a baby with both of them? And then
So, so his initial deal is he initially wanted Francesca for me to take her through our coaching program. So same thing you're going through. And the idea was if they did that, then they
Answer
could.
the Slack because Rachel doesn't know what she's doing. Sorry.
Are you talking to me or Cam or okay? So yeah, basically, their problem is again I explained kind of like basically Google Ads, Google SEO is just super slow. So they're trying to learn Facebook ads. That's what they're trying to do. When it comes to Drew, I would say Drew is definitely better to talk to. Like there, but the thing is like what I like, so the thing that works really well is Nick's sales process. So Google Ads and Google SEO suck balls, but Nick's sales process is really good. And so Drew's used Nick's sales process. So I would say that's like there's stuff there. But the thing is Drew's like tweaked up Nick's sales process and he built his own.
right.
So anyways, point is like this is one of those things where Kim, like don't stick your nose in. You're gonna don't worry about it. Focus on
Okay.
you.
Well, then based off of that, regarding like my meeting with Keith, should I mean I'll still do it, but is it just for like knowledge for on the back burner or
The
because
reason
like
you're
you said,
having
I don't want to get distracted.
No, the reason you're no, well, the thing is like, so it's important to understand like you're not getting distracted because what you're doing is you're trying to upsell your existing customers. So that's like one of the I would say your highest valuable task actually is like upselling Jesse because they're already paying you money. They're easier than trying to close somebody that you haven't even closed. So have a conversation with Keek because you want to determine for yourself, are you going to be offering Google SEO or Google Ads or whatever? And then you can
Right.
take that to them and try to upsell them.
Okay, so use Keith to figure out which part of Google I think I'm gonna make the most amount of money for my clients on, and then I'll just use Keith to kind of narrow down my decision, and then that's what my answer will be for an upsell for Jesse. Okay, good, cool. I think that's all I got. That's super helpful.
And then if you wanted to like skim through the rent course that is pinned, like feel free to do that as well.
Yeah, okay.
That
Sounds
would be
good.
great. It's like kind of
Cool.
Okay.
Cool. Do you guys recommend looking at other like school courses on Facebook ads and stuff, or do you think that you guys have like pretty much the whereabouts of like all that stuff, and I should put my time towards other stuff? Because there's like I saw an ad for school for like home services for Facebook ads. Like obviously any course would say that, but it's like it's basically teaching how to be a media buyer and get great results for your clients like consistently for like the home service industry. Like, would you guys recommend I don't get hooked and I should just stay in this? Or if I have free time, I'm just trying to figure out what I should do because I'm always like, it's like a shiny object syndrome, but it's also like I'm getting results for somebody and it's working. But if I can get better results, because I always have the fear of like, I know whatever's happening right now is eventually going to fatigue, and then what? I'm just always trying to think about ways where I can extend my service delivery time, like the reoccur. I can't remember the name for it.
So,
Longevity of my clients.
so here's what I'll tell you. I think my advice to you, I think, is the same that it's going to be for Righteous and Aman and Keith, everybody, which is your number one task is to take people through a cycle and collect your first dollar. And then after you do that, do like 5, 6 more of those. That's all that matters. Getting a really good product doesn't matter right now. Because if you can do that, well then fuck, dude, you can cut your own paycheck whenever the fuck you want to cut it. Like that's all that matters is that. But you don't know that you can cut your own paycheck yet. You just kind of see the vision, but you need to experience it. Like right now you're asking
Right.
these questions of like, oh, what about talking to Drew and this and that? You have all this uncertainty, but if you just do like 10 reps, you're gonna be like, oh, I know exactly what the fuck Drew does. And now you're gonna have even better questions for Drew.
Right. Okay.
Anyways, order of
Yeah.
operation for you specifically, because I think that's what you're asking for is like, where do I focus? Where I would say focus is have a conversation with Keith. And then step 2, decide for yourself if you want to offer Google Ads or Google SEO. I'm not even telling you that you need to. I'm just giving you an idea of what you can do so that you don't give this guy a discount. If you say, fuck it, Kushi, this is too much, and you have to use discernment. If you say, hey, this is too much to learn, too much on my plate, don't offer it and don't offer Jesse a discount. It's not worth you doing all this time, energy, work just to avoid giving this guy a discount. Be like, okay, fuck it, Kushik. I thought about it. I'm not if it's gonna cost you, if it's gonna cost you like more than 3 days to set up Google S and all this stuff, like don't fucking do it. That
All
would be
right.
the hard. How about that? So have a conversation with Keith, figure out, hey, is this something you can realistically get up and running in 3 days, commit to it? If not, don't even offer it and tell Jesse to shove it if he wants a discount.
Yeah. Sounds
Two,
good.
two, go in there and just do as many of these cycles as possible. That's it. That's all you should be focusing on. That's it. Nothing else. And then down the road, maybe in a month, we'll come back and we'll revisit ads and getting better at them and all that stuff.
Okay. With like this is my last question. With Drew's team and all that stuff, do you know what his profit margin is on that?
He said 70%
Jesus, Murphy. All right.
because he's hiring people out in the Philippines.
All right.
Yeah.
Damn.
So he's
Right.
get it humming and it's very profitable. So
And do you know what his, because he's doing a lot of reps and he's doing a lot of volume, but I'm guessing that happens because people fall off and he needs to keep on bringing people in to people that fall off. Do you know the ratio of people that he gets on to the 250 a week and that stay on for the second month?
yeah, that's a good question. So I don't think he's doing so much volume these days because he's got people selling for him. I think he just kind of does the sales call and he's working on like course material and like team building and stuff. So I think he was doing a lot of volume like a madman for maybe like 4 months. And then he started building out teams in his team. So I don't want you to think like he's in the trenches doing that. I don't think he is. Um, Again, you'd have to talk to him. But in terms of that, I did ask him that question back in the day. He didn't have the answer for me. He didn't have the answer for me in terms of like how many people stay on and when they churn and all that stuff. But you're right. You're gonna eventually you kind of reach an asymptote because the rate of you getting new customers and then old customers falling off kind of like bounces themselves out. And you'll kind of experience that down the road as well. And so that is when it becomes important to like figure out how to get better and better results. Right now, it's not super important.
Okay. All right. I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it.
Cool. Anything else, Kim?
Mm-mm. I don't think so.
Righteous, Aman?
Yeah, I want to share this voicemail that I got earlier today. Let me know if I'm overthinking. I don't know why it tripped me out. So this call was from a local number to me in Orlando, and I'm running ads in Atlanta, right? And I got this call. I didn't answer at the time. It was a local number. And this is the email, or this is the voicemail that they gave me. This is for my dream house, dream home painter fake business I set up.
Yeah, hi. My name's Steve Dayton. I'm trying to reach Green Home Painter. I'm over here at Angie. I got your info. Give me a call back when you get a free second. My number over here is 407-550-6135. I will be here until 9 p.m. tonight, your time. Call me back.
What the fuck is that?
It's an Angie's. Okay, I know exactly what this is.
Wait, what is it?
This is someone from Angie's List trying to sell you.
What's
Dude,
Angie?
Angie's List is essentially like the Craigslist for home service businesses. So for example, like a lot of home service based businesses, they buy leads from this website. It's called Angie's List. And essentially they've rebranded so many times because they keep fucking over their customers. Because what they do is they rank and rent, they kind of do the same thing. And then people go to them and essentially they just give leads to everybody. So then everyone fights for the same exact lead and then they're paying way overpriced for those leads. That's literally what Angie's List is. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to be like, oh, if you pay us this amount, this is how many leads we'll get you. That's Angie's List. And then they're going to take those leads and then they're going to give them to every single person that's local to you, right next to you. And then it's going to be a fucking bidding war.
Got it. So they probably just framed it on Facebook ads.
Yeah, so he probably like looked and he probably saw like, oh, these people are, a home service based business. Like I need to go see if I can get them on Angie's List. That's his job.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, they're fucking losers.
Okay, cool. And I was like, how did someone local to me find that business? I was like, am I on Google already? Like,
Bro,
am
it's
I-
like the same. I get, dude, if I let me hold on a minute. It hasn't been bad as of recently because I threatened to fucking sue these people. But like every single day, I would get phone calls from these numbers like local to my area. Here's one Wednesday, like 3 to 4 calls a day, and I just fucking like went crazy on them, bro. Like, and then they finally stopped talking to me. Like, but yeah, I was getting those a lot. But you can call your service provider, and then you can like put your phone on like a do not call list or like do not disturb list or something that like physically like can't get your number somehow. But that's what I had to do. It got so bad. But if it's Angie's List, they're just gonna call you once.
Right. Okay, cool.
So
That's
you're
funny.
good.
This dude sound like a character for sure.
Yeah, Angie, dude, he's gonna jump on. He's just gonna be like, oh, you trying to grow your painting business, you gotta get on Angie's List. This is where everyone comes for the home. Dude, I know their whole script, bro. I can start reading it to him as he talks. Like it's
I
fucking
see the trauma in your eyes, dude.
bro. You have no clue like how many times I get calls a day.
All right, well, I'm glad I at least played that for you guys. That helped.
That was funny.
Dude,
Anything else?
real quick, I got a really good win, you guys.
Oh,
for
snap.
today. How much money did I make today? Just today.
5, 6 grand in sales?
Oh,
10?
higher.
10?
I made about 10 grand today in sales.
Damn, let's go.
One day, baby. Come on.
10K day, let's go. Congrats. How many sales was that?
3.
Let's go.
Oh, we almost went 4 for 4, bro. This lady, she had a legitimate objection for the spouse thing, but whatever. 3 for
Dang.
4.
That's
Nice.
awesome.
Congrats. Congrats. All right. Aside from sharing wins, anybody else have anything else that they want to go over? Yeah. Okay. All right, then we'll see you guys inside of Slack, and